All right. Wow. So rare that a microphone is actually on and you don't have to make funny noises to get everyone's attention. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Well, that was very silent. Is the coffee not good at this conference? Because then I fear for the next few hours. Yeah, everybody sufficiently caffeinated? Okay, great. Well, I am thrilled to be here. I'm Cathryn Cluver Ashbrook. I am one of the vice chairs now of United Europe e.V., which is of course, as many of you know, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And I'll say a little bit more about our premise, a collective that's really designed to have these conversations and to bring people like you into the room. So we are thrilled that you made your way, maybe not all the way from far away to Berlin, but maybe just found your way into the ESMT, because I think these are vital conversations to have. I come to some of the work that you will be doing today on technology and on sort of a new set of actors in the global sphere, technology pioneers, and a rethinking of global relations, not only through a long part of my professional career, but a big chunk at the Harvard Kennedy School, where I ran a program on the future of diplomacy. And all the aspects that you will talk about are exactly in my Venn diagram, which is, I think, part of the reason that Daria asked me to come speak to you this morning. It's really a pleasure to be with you, because I think there could be almost no more timely conversation, because it's a conversation in which we need to be largely silent. We Western, Northern, European, American types, because Africa's diversity, Africa's ideas, Africa's place in the world should teach us humility. Its creativity, its innovative capacity, its homegrown approach. And we were just talking about Nigeria. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Ola, reminds us homegrown is what gets us done. And the reform of governance structures, the capacity of local leaders to create the kind of leadership and the kind of enabling environments, even in the most dense and conflict-ridden environments, in those spaces, in those mega cities that I have been to, those solutions are beyond impressive. And those solutions should be examined and they should be emulated. We've simply not done enough collectively to listen to Africa's diversity, its innovative capacities, its 54 countries, its growing populations, its rapidly urbanizing and leapfrogging cities, which is the work that I do, and that must change. As India takes on the rotating chair of the G20, many of you in this room who focus on Africa will have paid close attention to PM Narendra Modi's suggestion, not entirely new, that Africa join the G20, that it take its seat at the table. And you know that the G20, of course, has become a format quicker, better endowed, frankly, to think around minilateral solutions, potential solutions to multilateral problems. I would argue in some ways faster, more responsive, more functional than the UN system that was built to rectify many of these issues and transnational challenges we have, but that moves often too slowly and in a paternalistic manner. An EU membership, of course, would rectify an economic reality. South Africa, Africa's only member in the G20, is not, in GDP terms, the largest economy. Nigeria is. And because that is linked directly to its tech hubs, its startup leadership in Lagos and Abuja and Port Harcourt, its tech and innovation on climate and production capacity in cities. And that is part of what is forcing Europe to sit up and listen to leading ideas in the global race to address transnational problems. And it's not just Europe, of course, where we saw this major agreement last year, the EU-AU agreement that mapped a new common vision on a major joint stakeholding commitment, over 150 billion euros as part of Global Gateway, infrastructure building, design, a way to create the kind of debt relief that many African countries need, a new promise on migration and mobility. And those of you who pay attention particularly to the German-African relationship will have cast an eye over the last couple of weeks, but then also the visit of the Chancellor to Kenya. Some of those ideas are already bearing fruit. But one might argue, and you hear this in my accent, that I think this is a good idea, that one of the earliest advocates for African membership in the G20 is a man that currently resides in the White House, who said, Africa belongs at the table in every room in which the future is being discussed. Because of course, and all of you know this, Africa quite simply is the future. A median age of 19 compared to 29 in India, 39 in China, 47, my exact age, in the European Union. It will have the largest population in the world by 2050. And in a mere 7 years, Africans will constitute 3/4 of the global youth, 42%. United Europe, the organization I present here this morning and that brought you together, has created this premise, or was created on the premise, that peace, liberty, and prosperity in Europe needed to be rethought for, but most importantly with, the next generation, all of you in this room, and with different sets of stakeholders at the table for different conversations, different partners, including Africa, in mind and present. And young professionals, of course, as a result, have been at the heart of United Europe's work for nearly a decade as a result. And the idea was that if we build a set of unconventional partnerships to promote advocacy, then we would have a vehicle through which to accomplish rethinking, and that would be our business model. And so that was a sense that if business too was in the room at different levels and put out the innovative capacity into these kind of discussions, it would have the opportunity to offer more into the political process in context. And so speaking of business, this idea of homegrown solutions to the challenges that are faced by African countries, but that are now universally shared through entrepreneurship, through investment stewardship, that's value-driven, that's risk-appropriate. Those kind of business-driven solutions are and can and continue to be part of the path forward to creating the skills and the jobs so many young Africans will need now and in the future. And those are, of course, the themes that cross-cut your conversation today. We at United Europe felt that business needed a better, more constructive seat at the proverbial table, but that it could find a better way of advocating for itself, and that it was our role to advocate for business wherever it was in the world, such that you could shape a more secure environment. And so tackling those interconnected transnational challenges that impact the cost of doing business, from corruption to failing health and human care, all of these issues we share with the African continent, to missing infrastructure, we experience this here every single day, to incomplete financing mechanisms, the impact of sea and temperature rise. Business and government around the world are more interested in these solutions than ever, because the urgency and the vividness of these problems are more ripe and more vibrant than ever. Time is running out because the simultaneity of challenges now creates a new window of opportunity. And I say this with a positive spin. I am not a negative Nancy in this case. It's an opportunity to break with hubris, to listen with openness, and to embrace change that can come from different places. And of course, many problems remain in African countries. Yes, with respect to corruption, the state of democracy, the role of structured terrorism. But I ask you to name a European country or the United States of America where all those things are not equally an issue. So the interconnection of these challenges, including, of course, the impact of the war in Ukraine, which makes the global export of fertilizer, the export of grain, all the more challenging to a continent which might not be able to meet more than 13% of its own food needs in the future, unless we all work on radical change. That, in my mind, should humanize ourselves to one another. So in the North and the West, we need to face up to what we've done to our own systems, including the UN system, the impunity with which we have treated these systems and these institutions, and we need to pay close attention to some of the remarkable solutions coming out of a number of African countries. Kenya, where plastic waste is being transformed into building materials, the kind of which could really help fortify temporary housing in Ukraine, for instance, or out of Cameroon, where mobile solar cells are helping to power otherwise insecure power grids and empowering women in their own economy to live self-actualized lives. And the increased use of data, something that I've worked on for the better part of 15 years, as CBEX is doing for farmers to improve irrigation systems in an data architecture that could be just as helpful, frankly, in the Colorado River Basin on both sides of the United States and Mexico. Working on cities, I got to see firsthand in Dakar and Lagos what mayors are able to do, even if they don't have a measurable tax base on which to run public programs. A tax base is a luxury. They want to create opportunities for their young people with those homegrown solutions, but with resource support. They need to know that that kind of support, that kind of work can go on. These are not just drops in a bucket, because they are setting a tone for a future where it matters. That's the partnership they seek. Those are local interests, they're national interests, they're continental interests, and they want to listen, and we must listen to what is wanted and needed ahead of anything else. All of you know that in geopolitical terms, there's a race on for Africa. China continues to push predatory lending schemes and surveillance technology and debt trap diplomacy on African countries. Europe, with its own challenges, including from migration that causes migrants to perish tragically on dangerous journeys, must not again fall prey to neo-colonialist attitudes in a desire to address their own problems at their speed. Africa's ideas will drive the future. And I don't know if many of you have, as I do, a favorite book on their shelves, which in my case is Americana by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. And you might remember that, and I love this line and this image, when Obinze, the male character in the book, says about comparing real estate, right, between what Europeans like and what Africans like. And he says, we like things to be new because our best is still ahead. While in the West, their best is already past. And so they have to make a fetish of that past. Fetishizing the past leads to the embrace of easy-seeming answers. Populism and extremism are the consequence, and this country knows that all too well. So since we are in Berlin and not far from the presidential palace over here, the Schloss Bellevue, let me close with a thought by our former federal president and president of the World Bank, Africa enthusiast and expert Horst Köhler, who sort of reflects on that same note from a speech that he gave on creativity. To be European was once based on a notion of supremacy. Supremacy looks back to yesterday. Empathy and curiosity look forward to tomorrow. Which way do we want to be looking? I'd argue that in the way of radical progress, which is what we all need, toward new ideas in business and technological advancement in policy and governance, we need to figure out how to use the tools of technology for good and toward enhancing the capacity of shared humanity, which is what you will discuss over the next few hours. So welcome to Berlin for all of you who are not from here. Thank you for being here on behalf of United Europe. I wish you an outstanding conference and a number of really interesting discussions. And it's my great pleasure to now introduce you to our mistress, our mastress of service of our conference, Mercia Bang. She's our master of ceremonies. She will be known to many of you who pay close attention to the African media landscape. She's the co-managing director of Hostwriter, a global network of journalists that plays a leading role in bringing together global voices on the issues that we all care about. She plays a leading role in Unbiased, which I think many of us follow for its really original construction. And she gives a lot of necessary advice in a way where, in a place where a media landscape is changing, people no longer know how to tell fact from fiction. And that, I think, is the undergirding of our understanding, our global understanding of our joint problems. So Mercy, thank you for being here. Thank you for being our master of ceremonies. Merci à vous.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I'm not so tall. Thank you so much, Cathryn, for that speech. And I liked when you said that Africa has to be in every conversation. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mercy Abang. I have been asked to do this today, and I hope that we have an interesting session. I am happy that the Vice President, United Europe, has already set the pace for the conversation, and I hope we're going to have an engaging conversation at the end of today. I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker. I'm looking for her. Okay, great. I was reading her bio and I was like, okay, it makes sense to, to have her start, this conversation. She's lived in Nairobi for about 8 years and developed into a specialist for East African affairs. So it's good that you're the keynotes today. Sorry, I don't know why I'm calling tonight. I probably had a long night. In addition to working with various Kenyan NGOs, she also worked for the Goethe Institute, as well as the German Embassy. Having already led the foundation at an interim basis, she served as the Deputy Secretary General. She has been the Secretary General of the German Africa Foundation since 2022. Cathryn, thank you again. I'll probably go back to your speech later on, but I think that there are lots of conversations you highlighted on that we'll probably need to open up the space in the course of our various discussions. We're going to be having panel discussions today when we're done with the keynote speech. I hope we can have more people join us and have you all stay to the end of today's event. Thank you. Please come up.
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation, for the introduction, and for the opportunity to speak to you today here and to give the keynote speech. This seminar, An African Perspective on EU-Africa Relations, a shared vision for both continents. Obviously, I cannot give you an African perspective as I am German, and Cathryn also already mentioned it. We are, of course, also supposed to sit back and listen. And I'm very happy that we have so many experts here today from the African continent who will give you that perspective, in particular with view to economic and business relations, and of course, the two big topics of our time, technology and sustainability. So against this backdrop, I had to ask myself, of course, what can I bring to the table that is a useful addition to you and to this topic? And I will bring a little bit of experience from my daily work. So I need to explain to you that the German Africa Foundation is a non-partisan political foundation whose goal it is to bring together German political and other decision makers with their African counterparts, with African experts, so that they can make, the German political decision makers can make informed decisions on Germany's Africa policy. So we do that by also organizing roundtables, expert discussions, parliamentary breakfasts, etc. And so I believe from all those discussions, I can bring along a little bit of a German self-reflection on European-African relations, a German perspective that has a little migrant aspect to it, because as Mercy rightfully said, I lived in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, for 8 years. And initially, I actually never planned to come back, but that's a different story. However, the important thing is that my view on European-African relations is, of course, very much informed by my time in Nairobi, which was from 2009 to 2017. And so I read the description of the seminar that says that Europe's foreign policy towards Africa is failing for several reasons. And unfortunately, I have to agree. I could talk way longer about this than the time I have been allocated. So I will have to highlight just a few aspects, and I have to warn that my list is definitely not exhaustive. But I will start with my return from Kenya in 2017. I almost immediately started working at the German Africa Foundation, and I was taking part in the first expert discussions that we organized, I got quite startled about the content of some of these conversations from the German side. Coming from Nairobi, where each year the skyline changes and you can actually see what economic growth means, I had gotten used to innovation, ever-changing environments, and the daily hunt for new opportunities. However, here in Berlin, audiences had to be educated on the huge potential of the African continent, on investment opportunities, and the astonishing innovations taking place. And at the time, mobile money, M-Pesa, which had been a daily routine for me, was always quoted as one of those examples on a regular basis. And I couldn't help but think that the praising of such developments somehow went hand in hand with the underlying disbelief of the Germans that something like that could be happening in Africa. Another repeated phrase in those conversations was the paradigm shift away from aid to economic cooperation, from the paternalistic donor-recipient relationship and the demand for a partnership at eye level, a partnership of equals. And I don't know if that was mainly a German conversation or if it was everywhere in Europe. Maybe you can also share about that. But I do know that this partnership is something that doesn't exist as long as you have to demand it. Because we do not demand it with view to, let's say, China, India, or leave alone the whole Asian continent, but we do demand it with view to Africa. And unfortunately, that gives away that we don't have it. And what startled me even more was that a few years later, the conversations were still the same. And I will come to that there is some progress on the policymaker side. However, even just recently in this year, I heard this again in a conversation on federal land level when it came to Africa policy. And that is one of the reasons why Europe's foreign policy towards Africa is failing in my view. Not only are our policies with good reason perceived as paternalistic and lacking of a genuine partnership, we Europeans are also so incredibly slow at doing something about it. Too often in our mutual relations, we Europeans do not act upon our words, at least not fast enough. And sometimes even in contradiction to them. And to be honest, that does not make us an attractive partner. So if we want European-African relations to succeed, we need to move beyond the words and fill our partnership with substance. We need more action and we need quick action. And here I totally agree with Cathryn, it's kind of a now or never situation. Time is running out. We have wasted time in our relations and we now face a myriad of global challenges that in both our continent's interests need urgent solving. And I also agree that this actually presents the opportunity for African-European relations, because we need a strategic partnership between our two continents that covers all possible policy areas, or how the seminar description says, a holistic approach that goes beyond raw material security and migration, because this partnership may actually contribute to solving global crisis and also to sustainable wealth creation on both our continents. But I do have to also ask, are we Europeans ready to enter this strategic partnership? And are we ready, willing, and capable to invest in it? And by investing, I mean both human capital, I also mean financial capital. We just also heard it already. And let's face it, just to make progress with the climate crisis and solving the energy question on both our continents alone, we need massive investments. Some keywords here being also climate justice and electrification. Maybe this will also come up later in the day again. Also, a strategic partnership requires a clear definition of interests. And I'm very much looking forward to today's panel discussion on the question if Europe is driven by its interests or values. And while I would like to say that I don't think that there always has to be an antagonism between the two, I do have to say that to me too, it's not always clear what exactly Europe is driven by. It is neither always clear what exactly its interests are vis-a-vis the African continent, nor when we apply the values and when we don't. I think that too often our interests are defined by crisis, like our sudden focus on the African continent due to our need to diversify our supply chains and secure alternative energy resources. Sometimes it seems that our interests are defined by the action of other actors, like China, because unfortunately the global gateway was very much perceived as a response to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, and not to our to the realization that we do need to invest in African infrastructure because it's a wish from African governments. Also, that leads me to where exactly is Global Gateway now. I think that would be another discussion that would be very interesting to hear, but this is not the topic of today. And of course, way too often our policy towards Africa is driven by the migration issue. And I think the latest European Union deal with Tunisia is unfortunately another example which supports the assumption that our main interest towards Africa is to curb migration, and that for this aim, we have no problem to financially support a government that suppresses democratic values more and more. At the same time, Germany is currently planning its Compact with Africa summit, and I believe that the Compact with Africa land, Guinea, is not invited due to the military coup. And it's a little bit interesting because the country has installed a transitional government with many technocrats, many of whom have actually worked in international institutions like the World Health Organization, even the German development organization GIZ. But here we do play the value card. So if I get it that that is confusing, yeah, when do we apply the values, when don't we? I get it that this is not very attractive also as a partner. And I also don't think it is strategic. But maybe this kind of non-strategic action is also due to a lack of understanding on our part. This seminar rightfully says, and also Cathryn mentioned it, that listening to local perspectives is crucial for a nuanced and accurate understanding of the African continent. And I am glad that we are doing this here today. However, I believe that listening can only be the first step. Once we have listened, what we have heard should also be the basis for better decisions. During the last EU-AU summit, for example, last year, we did listen to African complaints about the necessity to finance gas projects to speed up electrification efforts in African countries. However, we did not act upon it immediately. We only act upon it when our energy crisis hits us and we need more flexible instruments to deal with it. So I believe it is important to listen and then take the next step and find solutions together. Our understanding of the African continent is not just limited because we haven't listened enough, but also due to a lack of research. Traditionally here in Germany, African studies focuses on linguistics and not on political and economic developments in Africa. While this may have its own right of existence, we need way more researchers on African politics and economics. And we need to link them with their African counterparts. I do have to say there's also progress here. There's a recognition that this needs to be changed, but again, the progress is a little bit slow. But nevertheless, I do want to mention that, for example, there is the institute in Kiel, which is dealing for the first time in German language, also with economic developments in Africa. In Bavaria, for example, it is now possible, no matter which course you study, you can always take a course on Africa and add it as credits to your studies, even if you do, even if you come from the mint areas, for example. And of course, there are also exemplary cooperation examples between technical institutes, one, for example, in Karlsruhe and in Burkina Faso. But we need more of this, I believe. And Increasing our knowledge about African countries is also key in order for us to be less surprised. I don't know if this is the same everywhere across Europe, and would also love to hear your perspective of that. But here in Germany, often we are surprised by developments on the African continent. When the conflict broke out in Ethiopia, we were caught by surprise. When a number of African countries abstained from the resolution on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, we were surprised. We need to stop being surprised, and we need to start to understand. Beyond research, I believe people-to-people exchange in general and a lot of thinking outside the box is what we need and what we Europeans need to invest in order to fill our partnership with substance and in order to hear the last call that also Cathryn mentioned as time is running out. And this is where I do see some progress in our small Africa bubble. Decision makers dealing with Africa on a foreign policy basis are increasingly aware that we need to make attractive offers, that it's us who need the African continent as a partner. You can see that, for example, that the wording is indeed finally changing. We don't usually hear the partnership at eye level anymore, thank God. Also, the terrible term Fluchtursachenbekämpfung in German, tackling migration root causes, is not part of the new Africa strategy of the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. So I think this is definitely positive. There's also a new thinking and law enactment on enabling African skilled labor migration to Germany, as we have just heard. And also, by the way, M-Pesa is now old news to these decision makers. Travel diplomacy is increasing. But unfortunately, the image of Africa among a vast majority of the European population is still distorted. And for the kind of strategic partnership we need with the African continent, I believe that we need to take our populations along. We need to make sure that a differentiated image of Africa is, for example, portrayed in the media, because the business-driven solutions will not come if the people doing the business have a distorted image of Africa. And I unfortunately have to say that Germany, I believe, lags behind here compared to some other European countries, like England and France, I believe. You can see that when you do, for example, the Google search in different languages, when you do it in English or French, you will get political business news. When you do it in German, and I just did it this weekend to see that I'm still right with this, you get something like, Udo helps everyone, the Ahrtal, Ukraine, and Africa. And so we need something like a regular TV format like Inside Africa of CNN. We need it here in Germany to educate the population on business opportunities. How to write about Africa could be a compulsory course in journalism, best taught by African journalists, I believe. Just some ideas. We also need to teach a differentiated image of Africa in schools. I believe that Germany and France heavily invested in school exchange programs following World War II in order to drive reconciliation. And maybe it is time to also heavily invest in European African school exchanges as well. If it may be too expensive or complicated to travel, it could also just be about email exchange. But unfortunately, so far, school partnerships are mostly still caught in the donor-recipient logic. What I would also like to see, not just because it will work in favor of a more differentiated image of Africa, but because it would have clear benefits to our affected populations here, is to have technical cooperation and capacity building the other way around. What do I mean by that? I will use the example that I know best, which is Kenya. Already 6 years ago in Kenya, all citizen services, like applying for a passport, a driver's license, etc., were made available as online services. In Germany, we are just starting to implement something like that. So why not invite the Kenyan experts to come here and teach us how to do it? Or why not send our administrative officers who are dealing with it to Kenya and learn how to do it? That, for me, would be innovative in our relations. Of course, with all these ideas of people-to-people exchange, there's one big problem that we need to solve from our end, the visa question. The restrictive handling of Schengen visas is actually an action on our side to contradict our words. We want more trade and investment with Africa. We want increased business relations. Yet when European companies invite their African partners, they struggle with receiving visas. At the International Tourism Trade Fair this year in Berlin, I met an East African delegation, and they were 4 people short because 4 people did not receive their visas, despite having an invitation letter from the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and despite having paid 2,000 euros to participate in the trade fair. This is not how you treat a strategic partner. I know that the work situation at embassies is dire. I worked at one. I know that the German Foreign Ministry is thus rightfully asking for more money and more staff at the embassies in order to be able to work better and faster on visa applications. I would actually like to go a step further. How about, as Europe, we revise our visa regulations? In a so-called partnership of equals, there should be some kind of reciprocity in such questions, shouldn't there? In a strategic partnership, there definitely has to be. I could go on and on about a number of issues that I haven't even raised yet, but I would also like to just maybe give one last food for thought, because as much as we are talking about European-African relations here, of course, we need to keep in mind that we are actually dealing with 2 diverse continents. Also, our interests are not always aligned. It's the same, of course, on the African continent. And so as much as we need to tackle global issues on this high level, I believe it is also very important to break it down sometimes and look at a more regional approach. I think, for example, that if you have an Africa strategy as a single country like Germany, maybe it's a little bit too much. And maybe you have to, especially if you are at the same time saying we have to look at the diversity of the African continent, it's like we're going around in circles and it will not work out. So maybe what we need is more like an East African strategy, a Southern African strategy, etc. That would also be, in my view, something out of the box that we haven't had. But for now, I'm very glad to be here today, and I hope that we can successfully do what we have now said, which is listening and also identifying, hopefully, further courses of action that can follow this seminar and give a good example of how European-African relations should progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sabine, for that speech and for reminding us that we should treat partners better. And that was an insightful presentation. Again, welcome if you're joining us online. We're today having an interesting conversation on Africa-EU relations. In 1878, world leaders gathered here and split Africa within themselves. Today, we're talking about partnership rather than conquering colonies. I'm happy that we're elevating the conversation. I also think that, strongly believe before I invite our next speaker, that beyond the rhetorics, beyond the seminars, beyond these events we keep having over time, it's important that the shared vision between Africa and Europe lies in concrete actions that promote clean energy, biofuel projects across the continent. It involves the transfer of technology. She also cited case studies where our processing, especially in Kenya, I wouldn't call Nigeria, so I don't shade myself at the end of the day. For passports, for instance, it's much faster than we've seen in Germany. It takes a while. I think it was COVID that helped the German system to start improving on passports, residencies, and all of that. But there are learnings from Africa that they can adopt even at the EU level. Collaboration between Africa and European research institutions, businesses, and governments is crucial for fostering innovation, between the continent. On that note, I would like to...
We still have 10 minutes, so maybe we take some questions for Sabina before we have our next speaker.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I would like to open the floor for some questions to Sabina.
Do we have questions in the house? Just start by raising your hands, and Sabina would like to take perhaps 2, 3 before we go to the next session. Okay, when you raise up your hands, you introduce yourself and your organization.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much for inviting. My name is Selma Bardakçı. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm working at the Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey, and I'm responsible from 19 countries. Most of them are Asia Pacific countries, but my recent roles are I'm responsible from South Africa and European Union as a whole. So, Ms. Sabina, thank you so much for your amazing experience-based talk. My question is, when you were in Kenya and when you came back to Germany, were you able to examine some kind of models that's happening in Africa, like China model, India model, or let's say Turkey model? Were you able to inform your government officials about different models and maybe take some lessons from them? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Sabina, do you want to take hers first? Then, yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Of course, you do observe them when you're there. I mean, of course, especially in Kenya, China is extremely present. In fact, the interesting thing I think about Kenya is that with some of the investments that China made, the population was actually pretty critical about it and about the loans that the Kenyan government took, about also Chinese who you can see working in Kenyan jobs, you know, because in Kenya there's a rule that you can only work for jobs that a Kenyan doesn't qualify for. So that has actually been a really big topic within the Kenyan population. You can see there's a very diverse discussion of it. And that's definitely something I think that needs to be also understood here in Germany. When we look at China's engagement in Africa, we always tend to look at only the economic aspect, but we also tend to look at it a little bit maybe, not diversified, as even the conversation can be in one African country about it. And I think that's a valuable lesson as well that we need to take from it, that of course the discussion is also ongoing in the country about it, and that there are very divergent views on it. That is, I think, the one that you could really see in Kenya as such. I have to say, of course, in Kenya, we do know that Turkey is very active in Somalia, and there, I think, especially the soft power approach was something that was very known about. For example, the Turkish daily soaps that are on TV, etc. So I think those are aspects that are usually overlooked here in Germany if you're not on the ground. The kind of soft power that other actors may be also using on the African continent that we don't necessarily use.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who has a question? Yes, please.
No, it's on. And I'm joining IDE next month, actually, International Development Enterprises. One thought, and I also just came back from Kenya. So one thought which I had goes more on this digital sphere, right? I feel like a lot of technology which is powering the digital environment, right, is either originated within the United States or within China, right? And it raises for me a little bit the question, like, to what extent is there actually a big African digital sovereignty, right? Does it actually exist? Have African states, now Kenya as an example, actually have control over the digital sphere, and will they actually have control, and how can Europe contribute that? Because I do think Europe is in a similar position somewhat by saying like, hey, a lot of our hardware is either produced in China or China is getting stronger and stronger. On the other side, the software part is a lot focused around the United States, and Europe also missed that trend a little bit out there.
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. And I mean, I'm not the expert on digitalize or on like the digital divide between like China and US, but from the Kenyan perspective, I think I would say that we have so many solutions that are coming, from Kenyan innovative hubs. We have the iHub, for example, we have, in fact, us as the German Africa Foundation, we awarded the German Africa Award 2019 to a Kenyan IT pioneer, Juliana Rotich. I don't know if you know her, who was a co-founder of Ushahidi, a very innovative open source digital tool. So I think what we can do as Europe and Africa in this is to support each other with the solutions that we find, and to maybe increase the exchange between the African digital scene and the German digital scene. Something like a startup trade fair. I don't know if that's realistic, but something like that, to bring together developers from the European continent with the African continent and work together on solutions. That's what I would say. I think we need a lot of more connections in that sphere.
Thank you so much, Sabina. I can see another hand up. Our next speaker is on standby. Okay, we'll take your question and we'll just try to be brief. Thank you. Introduce yourself, your name and your organization.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Dergay. I'm working for Berlin Global Advisors in Berlin. I have a brief question. So I've also lived 1 year in China, and I've recently been to Georgia. And I was always baffled after returning to Europe and Germany how outdated the e-government and government provision of digital services is in Europe in general, but in Germany especially. So my question is, do you think it is like a lack of knowledge or just arrogance that, for example, even in Georgia, if you, for example, speed with your car and you leave the country, even as a tourist, they will tell you, okay, you have a fine hanging for like, I don't know, 5, 6 lari, 6 euros or something like that. So everything is interconnected there, although the buildings are crumbling and everything, but the digital infrastructure is very, very good, especially also in China and in Russia and many other countries. So my question is, do you think this is just lack of knowledge about this? So we should do more, awareness raising, or we should raise awareness with government officials, or is it just like Germans always try to reinvent the wheel?
I think there's no easy answer to that question, because I think there is a lot of reasons. And one also has to do with, I think we are not a very dynamic society as a whole. And there's partly probably also a little bit of arrogance, but the other thing is also we have been living in kind of a certain world that has not given us the necessity to find innovative solutions, because life just continues and goes on. On top of that, we are an aging society. I also think that plays a big role if you look at the politicians that we've had in the past 10 years. Let's be honest, there was, or in the past 20, I believe that digitalization was not a priority. So it's a lot of different factors that come together that cause this situation that we are in now, where we're realizing, oh, we really missed out on the train and others are passing us in this. But I think there's still not enough realization of what to do about it. So that's what I also meant with that is where we can get the experts from other places in, that we actually get going on it. So I think it's different kind of factors that play into that.
Thank you, Sabina, for that responses so far. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. I'm happy you were talking about tech and innovation, because she's our expert on that in that sector. I would like to introduce Fatu Ogwuche, she's unable to be here physically. I think I'll probably apologize on her behalf. Fatu Ogwuche is the CEO and founder of BigTechThisWeek. She was a former government partnerships manager at Meta, or formerly called Facebook. Fatu is a tech and media entrepreneur. She owns a leading media company that delivers weekly insight on the most insightful and significant development in African tech, with a passion for technology and a deep understanding of the African tech landscape. Fatu has positioned BigTechThisWeek as a trusted source for the latest news, insight, and trends shaping Africa's tech industry. Through BigTechThisWeek, Fatu is amplifying the narrative around African tech and showcasing its transformative potential to inspire a new generation of innovators. Please join me to welcome, virtually of course, Fatu Ogwuche.
Thank you so much, Mercy. I really appreciate that introduction, and good morning to everybody that I can see in the crowd. You all look great this morning, and I really regret not being there. I tried my best, but maybe I'll catch you on the next one. And also thank you to Diria and the crew for organizing such a great event. And I'm really honored to be speaking to you all today. So I prepared a presentation, and I don't think I'll be able to share my screen, so I'm just going to read from it. And of course, then we can do a Q&A at the end of all of this. So Africa's tech scene, that's what we're going to be discussing today. But what I want to focus on is the biggest sector, which is fintech, right? That's the one that drives a lot of foreign direct investments into the continent. That's the sector that has a lot of our startups on the map. So today I'll just share its key players, growth, and what the future holds for Africa's tech landscape. So the rise of fintech in Africa. We currently have a population of over 1 billion on the continent, and it's also one of the youngest populations in the world. So the fintech sector and this population just presents the best opportunity for growth in this area. And some of the key players are the mobile payment platforms. Those are some of the startups, digital banks. We have a lot of neobanks now, and even our traditional banks, the ones that have existed as long as I've lived, are also pivoting into fintech as well, where they're now offering financial services for the folks on their platform, and also trying to bank beyond banks, which has become a very popular slogan in the fintech startup world. And now we're also seeing a rise in lending companies as well. We're seeing that these companies are trying to create a credit culture on the continent. For a really long time, credit was not really a big thing. And I remember when I moved to the UK in 2018, I went to go open a bank account, and the account officer was saying to me, "Oh, you need to get a credit card." And in my mind, I could not just fathom the idea of debt, because I said, "Look, I am Nigerian. We don't like to owe people. I don't want to have any kind of credit card. I don't want to take out any money that, I have to pay anybody back after a period." And he said to me that, well, this is the way you start building a good rating in this country. So if you intend to maybe buy a house one day, take out a lease on the car, you need to be able to have a trail of being credit worthy. So I thought, okay, I collected the card. I didn't use it for about a year. I think it was after a year that I actually started using the card. And I mean, it's one of the best things that I own, right? And I know for some of you who have credit cards, you can see how that has boosted your credit rating. So now we're seeing a lot of some tech companies that are trying to create a credit culture on the continent, like M-Kopa, for example, which is stationed in Kenya and Uganda, and also in Nigeria as well. They are creating opportunities for people, especially people who don't have access to smartphones, to be able to get good credit and start building a credit history. So for some of the growth opportunities for fintech in Africa, currently estimated to reach about $3.3 trillion by $2025, and digital payments are expected to be worth over $500 billion by 2025. So you can see the rapid growth. We're only just 2 years away from this actually manifesting. So some of the big players, and in no particular order, there's Flutterwave, which is, I'm sure some of you know them. They're payments infrastructure for global merchants and service providers. They're also consumer facing. So they have a remittance app called Send, which, me being here in London, I'm able to send money to Nigeria and send money to other African countries as well. There's Paystack, famously acquired by Stripe in 2020, where Stripe acquired them for $200 million. So they become a part of the Stripe network, right? So this was one of the biggest exits that we've seen on the continent, and the biggest actually in Nigeria so far. So they're a really big player in this sector. And then there's Paga as well, which is a mobile payments company with over 70 million users, and they've raised $34.7 million in funding so far. And a lot of these kinds of trajectories have been made possible by, that Paystack exits, where Stripe said, okay, we're trying to expand onto the continent. Instead of coming here and setting up our own infrastructure, what are the startups that are already doing this work? So we can just plug into their own infrastructure and scale. So Paystack was there just at the right time, and it enabled even more investments and funding into Africa. There's InterSwitch, which is the OG of fintech startups. They were the first ones to really come out. They were the ones that laid the groundwork for all of the new players that are coming out these days. And they also got acquired. They were also one of the first unicorns, which are private businesses or startups that have reached a valuation of over $1 billion. So these kinds of players have been really essential and critical to just blowing open this space on the continent, right? Where we're seeing a lot more attention from US investors, or we're seeing a lot more money coming in from US investors, because there's great examples of what these kinds of startups are doing and scaling in Africa. And then some of the growth factors. One big thing that is happening in Africa right now is that there's an increased use of mobile phones. There's also a little bit of improvement in internet infrastructure. There's also some competition in this space with these internet service providers competing to provide the best service to people. They don't always succeed, but with more players coming into this space, then there's more competition. And Starlink, Elon Musk's company, also just expanded to Africa recently, and Nigeria was their first launch pad. So we're seeing some rising levels of financial inclusion that are being spurred by these kinds of growth factors. So the more people that are able to afford to buy mobile phones, they are getting tapped into the networks that the fintech sector is laying foundation for. But some of the big challenges as well is also regulatory. This is one of the big places that we see a lot of startups struggle, because for some of them, they don't know that they need to start engaging governments until they actually need to start engaging governments. And this is already, and sometimes it's already too late, because now the government's asking you, do you have licenses to do what you're doing? Do you have licenses to scale as you're trying to scale? So one of the things that these startups are beginning to understand now, especially the founders of these startups, is that you need to be able to engage the government right from the start, so they can understand what your product roadmap is, and you can get the best guidance from them. And then for some of the opportunities, there's a whole lot of opportunities for investors to invest in some of these startups. I know there's currently a fintech winter, which was spurred by COVID, right? Where a lot of venture capital firms, which are the ones that usually invest in this sector, are saying, look, we've had to cut back because we're making a lot of losses. A lot of these companies are being overvaluated. Their valuation is overblown. So now we're taking a step back to see what are the real figures here. How are you scaling? Is it possible for you to scale based off of the profits that you're making from the business, the revenue that you're generating from the business, as opposed to just getting a lot of investor funds and then using that to scale your company? So now a lot of these startups are being forced to take a step back to see, how do we actually start optimizing for growth, optimizing for customer acquisition, if foreign funds are not coming in anymore. So now we're seeing a lot of iterations in this space, and we're seeing a lot of how people are getting really creative about tackling this challenge. So I think one of the big things here is everybody's trying to make a sense of what the trends and predictions for fintech could be, because like I said earlier, this is really the sector that is carrying a lot of our FDIs on their back. There's a lot of these startups that are also giving road for health tech startups and all these other startups in the other industries to actually be taken seriously, or to actually be paid attention to, because the thinking here is, if it can work in one space, that it should be able to scale and work in other industries as well. So one of the big things that we're seeing these days is digital currencies. We're seeing a lot of African governments create regulation around this. We're seeing a lot of African governments even trying to understand what this means for their countries, what this means for investments, what this means for the economy. And we're seeing that some countries in the southern part of Africa have already started creating regulation instead of an outright ban. Even in Nigeria, for example, we are seeing that the government has taken a different stance. They are taking a much more flexible approach in deciding what cryptocurrency could look like in terms of like transactions, because there was a time where it was outrightly banned. A lot of startups who were built just for crypto trade suffered a little bit because of these kinds of bans. So what I think governments are doing now is they are seeing an opportunity there, because I mean, the way crypto works, you can ban it, but people are still going to use it, right? So it's like, if we overregulate, if we ban it, people are still going to use it. And there's a lot of revenue in this space that we're missing out on. And if there's one thing about governments, they want a piece of any kind of revenue. So now they're beginning to get very creative about how they can potentially enable this space and let people do that openly, so that they are able to carry the governments along. And then mobile first strategies. I said earlier about how mobile penetration is growing and is rapidly increasing. In fact, I had a conversation recently with the CEO of OPay Nigeria. His name is Oluwakamu. I wrote about that story in my newsletter that just went out on Sunday. So check it out, BigTechThisWeek.com. And one of the things that they've done, which is very similar to how M-Pesa in Kenya works, which is also an offshoot of Safaricom, which is like a big service provider, mobile service provider, is if you have a mobile phone, if you have a phone number, you don't even need a bank account. And this is for M-Pesa, you don't need a bank account, you don't need an app, you don't need a smartphone. You're able to send and receive money from people, you're able to pay for groceries. And one of the things that OPay has done is, because phone numbers became a digital identity for Nigerians, right? Because you have this know your customer KYC standards that you have to meet, and the government greenlit phone numbers as a major customer identity. So now what OPay tapped into was, okay, they've made it this way. How do we now pit our Nigeria's mobile penetration and also serve these people who don't have smartphones to be able to download apps and send and receive payments? So it works. And OPay is one of the biggest startups in Nigeria right now. They are worth over $200 billion. They got a funding of $400 million recently. So it just shows you that if you have a smartphone, if you have a mobile phone and you're trying to scale a startup, there is an opportunity there for you to use phone numbers to do it. And OPay has been the best example of what that looks like. And what we're also seeing as well is there's a lot of competition from traditional banks. I mentioned earlier that, some banks that are much more older are now beginning to get into the fintech space because they see that there's opportunities for revenue there. And of course, they have like a large pool of customers that they've had for a while. So what they're thinking is, might as well, tap into this sector. So we're seeing that they're going to become great competitors for some of these fintech startups. So I feel like, it should be more collaboration over competition to see how they can work together. Or maybe some of these banks can now start acquiring the startups, or at least like trying to predict the kind of market share that they can have in this area that doesn't necessarily kill these startups, because these startups are essential to economic growth. So what I think about the next wave of investments in Africa's tech industry is that there's a big opportunity for growth. The fact that Africa is going mobile first these days when it comes to fintech and banking on banks, like we like to say, that there's significant room for improvements in digital infrastructure and innovative technological solutions. And we're seeing a lot of government partners now and regulators actually becoming more flexible and more open to some of these new startups, and trying to support them to be able to, bridge the gap between, the people who need access to financial services and the people who are able to provide it, which are these startups. But the big thing here is that there's also a lot of low financial inclusion, right? We still know that about 350 million Africans still do not have access to a lot of these financial services that you and I have access to. So there's an enormous opportunity there for some of these startups to actually build for these people specifically, just like OPay has done. And we also have an emerging middle class, right? There's an emerging middle class, a growing one, and it's estimated to be more than 100 million people. And these particular folks could actually make Africa a $1 trillion consumer market, according to the AfCFTA, which is Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So a lot of these companies are beginning to think about how they can tap into this growing population, how they can build for them, how they can serve them, and also how they can make sure that they're injecting a lot of these efforts into sustaining our global economy. So my key takeaway and what I'd like to leave all of you here with is that, fintech has been one of the leading sectors in Africa's tech landscape, and it will continue to be. And maybe health tech will also be one of the leading sectors as well, because of course, there's a lot of opportunities for actually improving our health care in Africa. And I think that with more investments, and I'm not even just from foreign investors, because a lot of people like myself these days are angel investing. So we're putting like tiny checks in some of these startups that are growing. A lot of startups are actually turning into and looking at people on the continent that have disposable income, or even the venture capital companies on the continent to actually put money into their startups, as opposed to always relying on external investors. So I've seen a lot of people do this in this area, and I think that that's matched with young people like ourselves that are tech savvy, that are coming of age and becoming middle class and even getting really wealthy, are going to be a big opportunity for these startups to scale as well. And of course, there's a lot of entrepreneurs that are thinking differently about how to provide these kinds of services to people. And I think they need to be encouraged, right? Because, if we collaborate with them, then it's going to drive tremendous growth. And there's always going to be innovation. And a lot of them are going to have to be flexible and focused on localized solutions, so that they're not just catering to people like me, but also catering to people that do not have smartphones, do not have access to the internet, but are also people who need these kinds of services the most. So thank you for your time. And once again, I want to plug the article I just wrote about OP and how they became a fintech icon. Check it out on BigTechThisWeek.com. And of course, subscribe if you want to learn more about what's happening on the continent. And there's also a way to reach me on my website, so feel free to check it out. And of course, I'm here right now for any questions. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mercy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fatu. Thank you. I like that you kept mentioning your platform. This is a time where we send you an invoice for airplay. How about that? Okay, I think we'll probably have lots of questions for Fatu, because the tech space is one that is limitless for Africans, and I'll be happy to have you all ask her all your questions. Again, we use the same format. You raise up your hands, introduce yourself and your organization, and then you can ask the question. So let's begin. Do we have questions for Fatu? Okay, we have one question. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Alex. I work for Berlin Global Advisors. My question is, are there any examples of African fintech startups or healthcare startups expanding into the European space? As, for example, we in Germany have a terrible demand of providing our citizens with great digital solutions, which for example, Nigeria has apparently. And if not, what are the obstacles for such an expansion? Is there any, are there any reservations in the European investor landscape to give money to, African or Nigerian startups, for example?
Thank you, Alex. Okay, Mercy, do you want me to respond or?
Yes, I think you can respond, then we go again. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Alex. That was such a great question. So what we see usually is that when these startups start thinking about expansion, they expand laterally, right? So they try to expand across the continent first before making any moves outside it. But we also see right now, and I wrote this article like last week, and I'm happy I'm able to bring it up right now, because it's also about the UK and what some of these venture capital firms in the continent are doing to attract UK investors or European investors. And one of the things that we're seeing is that, the UK is sometimes actually a very tough market to break into. So right now, and just speaking from the fintech side, I know Flutterwave is trying to expand into the UK, like offer some of its services here, and they're trying to figure out what regulation in this space looks like, right? But the UK, Europe actually has a lot of scrutiny when it comes to international firms trying to expand. What we're seeing now, though, is that, especially for startups, there's a lot of opportunities for growth there, where they're a lot more open to receiving startups come to invest or come to set up operations in Europe, as opposed to like big tech firms, right? There's a lot more scrutiny on like the Metas, the Googles, and the Netflixes, as opposed to, if somebody had a startup in Africa and said, okay, we also have a growing population of Africans and Caribbeans and European people who need to be able to like facilitate trade between these two continents. Like, how do we bridge that gap? So it's a long road when it comes to regulation there, and try to get the proper licenses to actually break into Europe. But we see it happening. But I think that one of the big things that some venture capital companies that invest in Africa, that are African and invest in Africa, and what they're trying to do now is that a lot of them are moving to, let's say, the UK, for example, because we have the technician visa, which gives opportunities to creatives and tech entrepreneurs to get visas to come set up residencies here. So there are a couple of them who have done that recently. So Microtraction is a venture capital company that has invested in a lot of African startups. And what they've now done is one of their partners now sits in London, and a lot of the work that he does every day is talking to European investors, where it's like, okay, because a lot of European investors are quite conservative when it comes to investing in Africa. So it's like, okay, we're going to provide you with all the information that you need so you can be making the best decisions, not based off of fear about, what the tech landscape of Africa is, but you have all the education that you need so that you can make very informed investments in this space. And we're actually seeing that it's beginning to work, because a lot of UK investor funds are beginning to seep into African startups. So that's one example of how some of these tech companies or venture capital companies are thinking about breaking into Europe, and we're seeing a lot of improvement there. But it's going to be a much more steady process as opposed to something fast. And then, of course, how can they start working with government partners and European regulators to make these kinds of expansions easy and seamless? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fatu. Do we have more questions? Did she respond to your question?
Yes, thank you so much. And could you please repeat the name of this fund?
Microtraction is MICROTRACTION, Microtraction. So you can look them up on Google and you find them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Hi, Fatu. I'm Sasha. I'm with the ESMT Berlin. Maybe just one question I had as well is a little bit like, I met a lot of startups in Kenya, which are actually not registered in Kenya legally, right? They're in the Bahamas or in the UK, etc. Do you see a similar trend more like as a broad picture? And then I guess the other question a little bit like, how can we aid this process of making money cheaper coming to Africa, right? I think the big challenge is that even for VC funds, etc., they see an increased risk when investing in African startups overall. And therefore they take far more shares, right? I think Founders First is a great initiative, but for example, they also take far greater cut than they take in Europe. Do you have any suggestions how we can contribute to change this?
Thank you, Sasha. So your first question was about like other people who are the startups are not registered in Kenya, for example, but they're set up there. So this used to be like a long-running commentary, especially in Kenya, for a very long time, where even a lot of the founders from Kenya will complain all the time about, in order for you to be able to get foreign funding, you need to get, let's say, like an American or European on your team as a co-founder, because they had set such a trend where the biggest startups out of Kenya were run by non-Kenyans, right? And for some of these startups, they were not even set up in Kenya. So them going out and calling themselves Kenyan startups became a really big thing. So those kinds of conversations actually drove some investors to actually start now investing directly in Kenyan founders that do not have a white co-founder, but we're able to just say, you know, we have a viable business here, we have great traction here, invest in us so that we can scale. But that took a long time of just conversations and grievances before that started to happen. But it's actually quite unique to Kenya and maybe some startups in Uganda as well. But we're also seeing that change. We're also seeing that that make a really big shift. In Nigeria, not so much. You know, a lot of the very successful startups were built and are run by Nigerians. But what we're seeing is that there's a really big shift now because we're having those conversations and we continue to have those conversations. So I feel like we're going to see less and less of it because at some point it became a thing where folks from the US and Europe would just go and set up operations in Kenya because they knew, you know, them talking to investors from there was enough to get all the investment they need. But we're seeing that shift now because those conversations are happening. And for the second part, so you're absolutely right. Sometimes there's a lot of advantage being taken by foreign investors because they're investing in Africa and citing, you know, it's such a big risk to invest in Africa. You know, the infrastructure challenges, the regulatory shifts is a big risk for us. So because of this, we're going to give you less and take more. But what we're seeing now is there's a lot of attention now in, and I mentioned this earlier about a lot of these startups turning into like people like me, people who are also founders. We're seeing a lot of founders of these startups invest directly in other startups, right? Because they're like, this is becoming very exploitative where, you know, a lot of these foreign investors are taking advantage of, you know, the gap with regional investments. So we're actually seeing a lot of founders and a lot of venture capital companies in Africa now stepping up to say, okay, let's go do that work. Let's go get these monies from investors, and then we'll come invest in you. And this could be like, it could either be a pool, it could be a syndicate, it could be a group of 100 people who come together and put a certain amount of money, and that's spread across different startups. It could be a group of founders who raise millions of dollars amongst themselves and also invest in these startups. So I think one of the big things that's happening now is a lot of people are not happy with how exploitative this the venture capital space has been, especially for African founders and especially for the ones that that came into the game like really, really early. So the good thing now is that they're laying foundation for the ones that are emerging to not be exposed to these kinds of exploitative things by other startups. So we're definitely seeing a shift. And I will say, if you're sitting on these tables where these foreign investors are talking about taking 30% and giving 500,000 euros or pounds, you know, that you're able to raise your hand and say, no, this does not look great. They are just trying to raise money, not give out half of their company. So, you know, it's about also being vocal about these things when you have the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatu. Do we have another question for her? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Carlos. I work for PwC. I have a question quite similar to the question that was previously asked. So could you elaborate a bit on the origins of funds, investment funds that flow into the African startup ecosystem? So in particular, I'm interested in how Chinese investors are active in this ecosystem and how they, if they're already in, how they compete to European or British investors.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos. So one of the things that we're seeing now is, so OPE that I wrote about recently, they actually have an OPE global group, which is, you know, it's headquartered in Beijing. A lot of OPE's investors are like Sequoia, SoftBank, and these are all run by Asian investors, right? So OPE Nigeria is just an offshoot of their operations, and they're spread across Pakistan and Egypt as well. So we see when it comes to Chinese investors, they're not as spread out as American or European investors. America actually has like the biggest stake when it comes to investing in African startups, because I mean, first of all, Y Combinator, which is like the renowned accelerator for any startup trying to make it. And a lot of the startups that go through Y Combinator get exposed to US investors. And most of them do that just to get that exposure to US investors. Because for a really long time, US investors were, you know, they were the most generous, for lack of a better word, when it came to investing in African startups. They're the ones that actually invested in learning about the landscape, or even were just like bold enough to say, okay, this is a great idea. We're going to put some money here and see what it does in 10 years. And because of the exit that I mentioned earlier with Paystack and Stripe, or even Flutterwave raising $250 million and being valued at over $2 billion. So a lot of investors that are seeing these kinds of wins and saying, oh, wow, if this is happening, then of course we can start investing in Africa. So for UK, what I mentioned about UK being more conservative when it comes to investing is because they haven't invested enough time to study the market, right? So now that's why we're seeing a lot of these startups, especially founders, are moving here. They're moving into the UK, they're moving to Europe, because like Portugal, for example, has I forget the name of the visa, but it enables tech entrepreneurs and other creatives from other industries to go and set up bases in Portugal. We have this, there's also similar ones in Singapore as well, and then of course the UK. But most people want to come to the UK because they're trying to get established here, break into this market, meet some of these investors. So we're seeing a shift. It's happening much slower than it did with the US, because even in the UK right now, there's no big accelerator like Y Combinator that launched a lot of startups across the world, not just in Africa. And if you have a Y Combinator tag, you're set for life. The only thing that you can do is fail, right? Because you get all the opportunities that you need from being a part of that program. So I think that a lot of these other countries that are trying to invest in Africa or tap into this market actually need to start setting up programs to attract the kinds of founders that they want, or attract the kinds of opportunities to invest in these kinds of startups and these emerging ones. And the great thing about this, the continent and where we are at technologically, is that this is still emerging, it's still really new. So there's still a lot of opportunity and time for these kinds of investors to actually take notice for what's happening. But the thing with China is that, they would rather set up their own operations. They would rather set up their own startups and invest directly in it, as opposed to, doing as the Americans or the Europeans are now starting to do, which is invest in multiple startups because you see the traction, you see the story, and you think that they're going to do great. But China operates differently. But yeah, I think right now the focus for most African founders is still the UK-US corridor, and not really the other regions.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very important topic for the continent. Do we have another question, or should? Okay, Fatu, I have a question for you. Africa's youth people have argued that they can help solve global shortage when it comes to tech talent. And as a result, we're seeing a massive amount of, talents leaving the continent. What does that say? Where does that leave Africa as a continent? If the young people from the population are going to be helping to solve global problems and abandoning their own continent?
This is a recurring conversation. If Africa was doing what Africa is supposed to do, people would not be migrating in large numbers. And because these other countries, I mean, I've talked about the UK a lot recently, and I also just mentioned Portugal as well, is, at least for the UK specifically with Brexit and a lot of, the talent pool just being fractured and them not having the kinds of talent that they need to drive their economy, they started opening up a lot of opportunities and programs for people from Africa to, take advantage of, right? And because I tell my friends all the time, I mean, I've lived here, this is my 5th year living in London now, and my life is so easy that there are things I don't need to contemplate anymore, right? When I lived in Nigeria, I feel like, I mean, I grew up there. It's the country after my heart. I go home quite a bit, I've not broken off from it, but I feel like there are lots of things that you use your brain to contemplate where you don't really have room for creativity and dreaming. It's like you have to be doing both at the same time, but the brain gets tired. So for example, if I'm in Nigeria right now, I'm trying to get home, I have work to do. Is there going to be lights? Do I need to turn on a generator that's going to be making noise while I'm trying to work? Here, there's lights all the time. Like, I don't even contemplate what electricity means anymore, because I can do everything I need to do. It's easy for me to get to places. I could walk around at 3 a.m. at night, and I don't even have to look around or be too or be too observant of my surroundings, because I know I'm good. But there are parts of Africa where that's not necessarily possible. So a lot of people move just for ease, right? Because there's still a lot of opportunities. I'll be making more money in Nigeria if I live there as opposed to here. First of all, I have more opportunities to make money because I can turn my brain into a money-making machine. I'm not paying half as much as I'm paying in taxes here. So I'll definitely make a lot of money if I live in Nigeria. And that's the same for a lot of these African countries, but it's that when it comes to ease and the quality of life, it's a lot better to do that here. And of course, when the government opens up opportunities for you to take advantage of that and actually start building your own future for your kids and, and for the people that come after you, people are going to take advantage of that. I think that a lot of the people that are moving here now do have dreams and ambitions to go back. For some of them they're not coming to set up here permanently. And I keep meeting older people who moved here over 30 years ago that tell me that they're moving back really soon, or they're already setting up building homes to go back. So a lot of people are going to do that. But I think that it will only happen if a government starts, actually making investments to bring people back or let people stay back, because not everybody wants to move. People really love their countries. There are people who are here who say, look, if I had a choice, I'll be back home because I miss my friends, I miss my family, I want to stay connected to them, because it could be lonely when you live abroad, right? So I think that what needs to happen is for the government to actually take these things seriously so that people are not leaving in droves, and actually build the kind of environment that people like me can thrive in and can grow in without feeling like they've hit a growth ceiling where they need to start looking for opportunities elsewhere.
Again, thank you, Fatu. But last question to let you go because you're already out of time. There's been a lot of conversation around talent, and African governments want to lead that debate in a way where they see the numbers from the continent as a bargaining tool of some sort, right? Do you think that government should get involved in this kind of relations? For instance, let's use Europe. So if Europe or Germany now, there's a new skill visa in Germany. We've heard, I think that was then President Mohammad Buhari advocating for beyond AIDS, beyond the conversations Africa and the European Union is currently having, one that allows its young people to benefit, and the government wants to also be involved in that process. And I think, again, not holding brief for those in government, perhaps the argument is that so that our young people are not taken advantage of. Do you think this is something you'd advise that, and if you say yes, what approach should that take, or what's the dimension for that?
To be honest, I think that some of these governments are actually waking up to the fact that a lot of young people are leaving, right? So in Nigeria and Kenya specifically, I mean, Kenya just swore in a new president who is like very technology driven, who's like very forward thinking, and is thinking about how they set up programs or how governments can start investing in their startups, right? And they're already doing that, right? And look at Rwanda, for example. Rwanda has an innovation city being sponsored by their Rwanda Development Board, and also I forget the name of the bank, it just skipped my head, but AFDB, yes, African Development Bank. And what Rwanda is actually doing right now is they're investing in a lot of startups. They've invested in the biggest tech startup in Nigeria that just graduated thousands of people recently, called Alt School. So Rwanda actually has now even created one of these visas as well. I think it's called the Innovator Visa or the Startup Visa, where a Nigerian startup called Payday went to Rwanda to go set up operations there to take advantage of the benefits that this visa this visa offers. We're seeing Nigeria now, our sovereign wealth fund, which is really driven by our oil proceeds, actually they've now created an investor fund, an innovation fund, and they recently finished one recently where they awarded startups $25,000. They were also a big investor in Ventures Platform, which is a Nigerian venture capital firm. They raised $46 million last year. So we're seeing a lot of these government partners now start waking up to say, okay, how can we start offering our tech entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in general, even small businesses, funds and loans and and just like pre-seed investment so that they can actually get off the ground and know that, okay, the UK might look great, but hey, we have some money for you to actually set up and start. But the thing is that has also to be working in conjunction with like everything else. So, I want to get 25K to start my business, but I also want to be able to have lights to be able to run my business. I want to be able to get to where I'm getting to without worrying that I'm going to be robbed. I want to be able to get to where I'm going to deliver my goods with a really great road network. So it's happening, but I feel like it has to happen really quickly as well, because the thing about technology and small businesses is that it grows really fast. So these kinds of things also have to be growing at the same speed as everything else that the government is putting in place. But yeah, I applaud them for also being like proactive about investing in their homegrown startups, their regional startups, and also opening it up to other countries as well, like Rwanda has done. So yeah, it's a great thing. I love to see it. I love that it's happening. And of course, I will always support any government that, is investing in this next generation of entrepreneurs. That's for sure.
Thank you so much, Fatu. Please, can we clap for her? That's been an insightful session.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate this. This was fantastic.
And thank you for joining us. We hope that next year or next time you will be here in person.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
And you have a great day.
Thank you so much, Messi. And bye, Diria.
Bye. Again, thank you so much for listening. I feel like Fatu has been able to put us through an entire lecture around the tech space in Africa and not just in Nigeria. On that note, I probably see some people tired. Should we stretch? No, I'm not going to make you do that. But I think we can now go for our brunch break. We will reconvene at 11:45 for the next session. Please just hang around and have a great time. Thank you. Okay, welcome back from the break. I hope that we're able to have something. I had not, last night I did not have dinner, this morning no breakfast. Now I'm not blaming diarrhea, but she's also directly related to that problem. But I'm happy that I finally was able to get something. Thank you so much for coming back in. I think we've had a really interesting first session today. I feel like I've had to learn so much, even though as an African who is now a migrant in Europe, I'm beginning to see the relationships that we all share, that I think they are very important, of course, beyond what we're told in the media. I mean, if I just ask each and every one of you here, what do you think about, what comes to your mind when I say Africa? Just close your eyes and just imagine what comes to your mind. Africa. Whatever comes to your mind is 99.9% what the media tells you and not what you know. And that's why I think this conversation is important. And that's why I think it's necessary to listen to Africans that are from that part of the world, beyond the gatekeepers who are controlling the narrative in the media. When you turn on your television, the stories, especially as someone who's lived in Germany for the last 4 years, it's one-sided narrative and the media sticks to it and they're not moving beyond that conversation. And I'm happy that we're here today elevating that, that narrative with the sessions we're having and with some of our guest speakers that have flown. Some have flown from Abuja, Nigeria, and across the continent, of course. We had Fatu join us from London. She was supposed to be here, but for the European restrictions and the visa challenges, she was unable to make it. She lives in London, but it was really difficult for her to come to Germany. Can you see how unfair that is? Because a Fatu who runs Big Tech, who has worked for Facebook for many years, is unable to process her visa or to even come here easily without the restrictions and the border controls and the bureaucracy that is involved in making that happen as an African. So being able to move from point A to B and the ease that comes with that, you'll never understand it until you probably wear the shoes of some of us I have lived here and I literally moved from Amsterdam to any part of Europe. Sometimes they don't even check me. I'm like, okay, this is a privilege we've been enjoying. We've not had. And in Africa, you cannot have that. You know, so if the restrictions for visa issues, for instance, is the fact that Africans are probably, again, one thing that the guys at the embassy often say is that if we give you the visa, you don't want to go. So when you look at Fatu, for instance, who runs a big tech company, who has worked for Facebook for many years, does she look like someone who, you know what I'm saying? So the thing is that the restrictions are now affecting even the way Europe does its relationship. And that's not how to partner. And I think, I hope that our next guest will talk on these issues as well. And I'm happy that they're all here and they were able to make it here. Before we left, we have a question from Annette. She was unable to ask, and her question is for Sabina. Sabina was about to leave. I'm sorry, I'm calling you out for that. But I had to stop her she has another engagement, but she promised to be back. But I had to stop her to respond to Annette's question because Annette came all the way from Brussels to be here.
To ask this question.
Right. So I think it's important to allow Sabina to respond to that question. So Annette, you can go now.
Yes. Thank you, Mercy. Yes, Sabine, I did come all the way from Brussels to ask this question. No, some of us were talking outside, a few of us were talking, and first of all, your talk was very, informative and very nice. And on the issue of the strategy to divide the continent into regions in terms of now the partnership with the African continent as a whole. And we agreed that it might make it easier for the relations because then you're dealing with a smaller region as opposed to a big continent filled with multiple countries. But my specific question was, wouldn't this run a risk of specialization? And that is in the sense of, so Europe, first of all, is divided in its interests, and then you would have a risk of a region being specialized, let's say for gas, and another region is specialized for tech. And in the end, cripple this economy and focus on this one thing that is a strategy in the partnership.
Yeah, thank you very much for that interesting question. Well, I think there are counter mechanisms that you can take to not run into such risks. I mean, and also I didn't mean that those strategies should do away then with the huge one of between Africa and Europe, or EU and AU as such, by the way, as the governmental bodies, but more that they are like small mosaic stones in the whole, in the big whole. Yeah. And I mean, you just mentioned it yourself, exactly. The interests also on the European continent are not necessarily the same. Yeah. We can see very well in Libya, yeah, what happens when different European countries support different sides. And of course, France has a very particular interest in some countries that maybe Germany as such doesn't share, yeah? And other European countries neither. So, and I think it's more about also in the context of creating our knowledge and increasing our knowledge. Because if we look like now from a German perspective, yeah, if we have our Africa strategy, it's just that we tend to overlook the diversity that we are at the same time, of course, proclaiming there is, and there is, of course, and that's the point, you know, that is the problem. All of a sudden, you want to tackle everything and in the end tackle nothing. So I think it's rather to look, and I mean, it might not even be just regional, you're right, it could also be something like, I mean, we have some African countries where the energy created is almost 100%, between 90 and 100% renewable. Yeah? Maybe there's a different strategy to deal with these countries than for the ones where it's mainly fossil fuels. And there might be reasons why it's difficult to actually start renewable energy in a profitable way. You know, so you have you need some kind of different approaches. And I think that is, I mean, it's a challenge, but at the same time, if we don't want to always like, if we do want to acknowledge the diversity of 54 countries, we do have to also increase our knowledge of the specific regions, of the specific conditions. And I would maybe that's where I would go for. I wouldn't go for like, this is the strategy and we have to stick to it and we only focus on this, you know. It's more like for us, ourselves also to see, okay, if we take on Africa as a whole, we might not just like do justice to the continent and to our relations in the end. So, I mean, it would be something new also. And that's why, of course, there might be a risk of running into what you were saying, but there's also an opportunity of actually looking at it again in a completely new and different way, and maybe finally make some progress in our relations because we're looking at it differently. So, yeah, it will need a lot of expertise for sure in order to make it successful.
Thank you so much, Sabina. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, I think this is a point where I invite our next speaker, guest speaker, who had to fly all the way from Nigeria to be here. So it's important I probably read some part of his bio. Oh, it's already on the screen. I mean, if you moderate events as much as I do in this city, I try to skip some lines and just go to the end. But when it's already there, you don't want to offend, right? So you have to read all of it. So now I've been forced to do that. Mohammad Sani Abdullahi, he has over many years, 2 decades of experience in development policy formulation, public finance, and project implementation. He is the immediate past Kaduna Central Senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress during the 2023 general elections in Nigeria. He's a development economist. He is a member of the World Bank Expert Advisory Council on Citizen Engagement. And he was a policy advisor at the Executive Office of the United Nations General Assembly under the leadership of Ban Ki-moon in New York. Mohammad was Commissioner of Planning and Budget for over 5 years and subsequently did serve as the Chief of Staff to the governor. In his position, he led support to the governor in designing, coordinating, and implementing government policy in all sectors. In addition, he served as the chairman of the Infrastructure Council, which oversaw the largest infrastructural expansion in the history of the state and coordinated the portfolio of all economic and social infrastructure across the 23 local government areas of the state. As the budget commissioner, he was responsible for formulating development policies, designing the state fiscal strategy, and coordinating the implementation and monitoring of the state budget to the tune of about $700 million per annum. Under his leadership, the state designed its state development plan, infrastructural master plan, industrial policy, SDGs report, and several other policy documents and plans. His ongoing doctoral research at the Hensley Business School in Reading University, United Kingdom, focuses on government value chains, informality, and development in sub-Saharan Africa. What he probably did not add in his bio, or what I probably did not read in his bio, is that yesterday he was in Berlin launching a book about how to make small governments work across the world, especially in the global south. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mohammad Sani Abdullahi. That's Joe.
Okay. Good. It's 11:59, so should I wait 1 more minute and say good afternoon? Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to speak at ESMT, which I've just learned is the best business school in the EU. So it's a huge honor to be here and to be amongst all these very smart, accomplished experts in different fields and wanting to talk about a new approach in Africa-EU economic relations. Particularly the point about rethinking this relationship, I think is very critical at this point, because the relationship has been very long, complex, and over the years, we've seen a number of changes from the two regions and how they interact not only economically, but socially and in other sectors as well. But we find ourselves continuing to discuss the same topics over and over again for the last couple of decades. It gets rehashed, but we still end up really starting a similar conversation almost every, 5 to 10 years. So why is the case, and how do we ensure that we actually change this to ensure that in the next 5 to 10 years, another group or another set of people are not back here again discussing the same thing that we've discussed today? How do we ensure that there's actually implementation of a new approach that we're thinking about, and that actually the EU-Africa relationship significantly improves to a point where both regions are prosperous, happy, and more friendly? A couple of years ago, when I applied for my first Schengen visa, I got a 5-day multiple entry visa. I don't know how you can multiply enter the EU in 5 days, but that's what I got. A friend of mine had it worse, actually. He got a 3-day visa, multiple entry. And we still laugh about it because, I mean, it was just the ultimate expression about just come do your business and leave as soon as you can. This is the view that we got about how Europe wanted to do business with Africans that are not necessarily migrants, that are actually business people coming to actually find opportunities for the continent and actually deepen the relationships. I was quite happy last week when I applied for my visa in Abuja, and I was quite sure that I was going to get something like a 2-week visa or a 3-week visa. And then when I picked it up, I was talking to my brother on the phone and we're both laughing. I was going to open it up and announce to him how many weeks I got. And so I saw 90 days on the side of the visa. So I said, they gave me 3 months. And he was like, wow. And then I looked, and then it was 90 days duration of a 5-year visa, which was quite shocking. And I had to read it over and over again. So this expires 2028. How is that possible? Right? From coming from a 5-day visa to a 5-year visa was quite a huge leap. So I was quite happy, and I tried to do some digging around what was really changing. Was this part of a deliberate new policy between, it was the German embassy towards African countries, because it was quite shocking. And I was opportune to have dinner with the Nigerian ambassador to Germany yesterday. And I asked him about this question, and he said, yes, we've been having a long conversation with German officials, and there is significant move towards opening up and deepening those relationships, and also ensuring that Europe as a whole is doing better in its relations with Africa. There is an existential threat, of course. You've got countries like China, making much deeper inroads than Europe into Africa. And of course, there is this huge change regarding what do we need to do to ensure that the place of Europe is secure in an Africa of the future. So, while the opening is positive, it comes back to, I believe, what Sabina said in her keynote and what the Vice President said around, are we discussing this because there's a sudden emergency, there's a sudden urgency, or are we genuinely having conversations around the need for partnership between the European Union and Africa? And I believe if it's because there's some new urgent reason, then of course we're going to end up back here again in 5 or 10 more years discussing the exact same thing. But if there is a genuine move towards genuine partnerships, then we can actually solve and create a future that sees both continents actually making deeper progress and making genuine moves towards genuine partnerships. The second thing, I mean, I'm Nigerian, and I've spent the last 8 years in Nigeria working at the subnational level, really trying to do development. And because Nigerians are so many around the world, we have a running joke that says, if you go into a room and you're the only Nigerian, then you should leave that room. But when and it's even deeper when you go into an educational institution or a class and there's no Nigerian, then there's something wrong with the class. And so when I came into the room, I quickly did a math and say, okay, look, how many Nigerians are in ESMT, or how many Africans are here? Can we see by a show of hands, how many Africans are in the class? Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay. Any Nigerians? Okay, none. Okay, so that's one problem right there with the partnership. Oh, you are, okay, you saved the day. Yes, but so really for a lot of the diplomacy that happens between the EU and Africa takes place between governments, right? Governments are important. I mean, I was just recently part of government, but citizens are even more important. I believe that the partnerships that we've been able to have and the businesses that go on between Nigeria, for example, and the UK and other parts of the world, that's not necessarily because governments have created the necessary frameworks, but because the governments have been open to allow interaction between the citizens, that's what's really driving the business. So when you hear Fatu, for example, talk so wonderfully about how the African tech space and how that she lives in London now and she's able to bring that side of her business into the UK, it's because of that openness. So I would say the citizen diplomacy is very critical. And I'm very happy today that when we were starting out, it was about the humility to be able to listen to the African perspective rather than for us to be in the room and be lectured by Europeans about what we think the Africa partnership should really be. And so many times, you know, when we enter these sorts of rooms, we are struck with how Germany wants to have a conversation with Africa, for example. That's a multilateral conversation between one country and a continent. Whereas we want to have bilateral conversations between Nigeria and Germany, between Germany and Ghana, between Germany and Ethiopia. We don't want Germany speaking to us as one entity. Africa, I mean, as we always say, is not a country. It's so diverse. The opportunities and challenges that we face are so different. And so really having those conversations on a one-on-one, the bilaterals, are much, much more useful. So even when, for example, the last question that was posed to Sabina around not having an Africa strategy, but having a regional strategy across Africa, we still think is not the best way to do it, because Nigeria is 200 million people. We have such a diverse economy that we believe that if we were having a conversation one-on-one with Germany, with France, with other parts of the EU, that this would be much more meaningful. A broad continent-wide strategy, of course, is important, but the detailed bilateral discussions and conversations around various parts of the economy are even more important. So I'll backtrack a bit and trace history, because I mean, whenever you enter a conversation around Africa and the EU, there's a lot of people, especially historically, that pick up the history between our continents, which has not always been positive. They talk about exploitation, colonialization, marginalization, and the after effects of all of these. For example, we're having a very deep conversation yesterday about the artworks that were taken from Africa and are still here. And these are conversations that will continue to go on. I'm very glad to know that some of those artworks are now being returned. So you can't get away from those historical conversations, right? So those parts remain ongoing conversations, many of them unresolved, but we are much more, and when I say we, I say the new Africa, the new younger Africa that's looking really to the future and to genuine partnerships with the EU. We're looking actually to see how we can create genuine friendships, genuine partnerships that actually, from an intellectual perspective, from an economic perspective, from a social perspective, we can actually sit across the table and see how the two continents can help each other and everybody have, I mean, for the next 5 or 10 years, we're not back here speaking about the same thing again. So Africa's perspective, I mean, as a young person, I mean, slightly young person, in business with Europe is actually quite multifaceted. It's shaped by our historic, economic, and geopolitical factors. We still view Europe as a significant trading partner, a source of investment for many African countries, a provider of development assistance. However, we're still also concerned about trade imbalances, still elements of neocolonialism, and the need for fair and mutually beneficial partnerships. Historically, of course, as I've said, we've had very strong long-standing economic ties due to colonial legacies. But post-colonialism, there's been huge investments. I mean, I was speaking to a couple of brilliant people that are working across various countries in Africa and some of the investments that are happening between various EU countries and African markets. And it's quite deep. So we do value access to European markets, technology and expertise, as well as development assistance for various issues around infrastructure, education, and healthcare. However, this perspective on business has evolved. We're increasingly seeking to diversify our economies and move up the value chain. I think for a huge number of African countries, there's this huge drive not to be primary extraction points anymore, and rather move up the value chain to actually create value to move into higher level of skills and services. And also to attract investment in sectors that are beyond traditional commodities. So not just the oil and gas, but also much more processed. And so we aim to leverage on Europe's advanced technology. I mean, there's a huge technology around renewables in Germany here, which of course, with the energy sector has a huge implication for our own growth. We want to industrialize, I mean, fast track innovation and create those resources that are available for the young innovation sector in Nigeria and parts of Africa to actually also grow. And also in terms of fair trade practices and reducing trade barriers. I mean, there's huge amounts of barriers that we face in terms of taking products here. Many of them, I mean, could be solved if we really wanted to genuinely solve them and not to ensure that we continue to create these artificial, quote unquote, Berlin walls that really stop trade from flowing. So there are several trade agreements, regional blocks like the AFCTA, I think we talked about it earlier today, that we're hoping would strengthen the bargaining power and promote genuine inter-African trade within Africa, but also with the rest of the world. So in terms of the economy, we're really trying, I mean, as Nigeria and other parts of Africa, to integrate into European global value chains, which will be a critical step in accelerating social and economic upgrading across the continent. Africa has a young and dynamic workforce that's really eager to contribute to global trade. However, we still face, I mean, a huge number of challenges, which we believe that genuine partnerships could solve. Across agriculture, for example, the EU remains the biggest export market for agricultural products, fruits, vegetables, coffee, and cocoa. Countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana and Kenya are major exporters to the EU. Energy and minerals, we've got Nigeria, Angola, Algeria really participating along those areas. Manufacturing, we've got Morocco, Tunisia, South Africa really developing strong manufacturing sectors that could export to the EU. But in all of these, we really want to transit from just being primary extraction centers to really adding value in terms of manufacturing and trade. When I think of Germany as a Nigerian, the first thing that comes into mind when we hear Germany in Nigeria is we think quality. We think strength, we think infrastructure, we think reliability. That's what we think about when we hear Germany, right? But it's very important for that mental image to actually be embedded within our own partnership. So do we carry those words into when we talk about the relationship between Nigeria and Germany, for example? When I hear Nigeria-German relations, do I think strength? Do I think reliability? Do I think credibility? I don't think so, because it's just not there. When we're having a conversation with a friend at the back and talking about how China has penetrated Africa and it's very common for me now to walk into a restaurant in Abuja and run into 3-5 Chinese businessmen who would probably speak the local language. I'm sure he's going to talk more about that. Let me not steal that from him. But it's much harder for me to run into German businessmen, right? Like when I meet German businessmen, they would be part of a formal government trade negotiation or trade mission. And it's not a place where you would say, they're just here to relax and chill. And the truth is, you do business with friends, right? You don't do business with governments. You do business with people that you think you can go have drinks with later on. So we need to really deepen that sort of partnerships and get more integrated on a citizen level. I want to talk a little bit about innovation, just because I think that, I had some very interesting conversations going on around the tech space in Africa. And there's always a focus around M-Pesa and what's happening in Kenya, but there's huge amounts of innovation going on in Africa. The reason probably that it's not heard of as much is because a lot of this innovation also happens within the informal sector. Africa is over 80% informal, right? The informal economy is over 80% of the economy in Africa. So when you focus on formalized businesses that are registered, that have proper employee database, you're looking at just about 15 to 20% of the African economy. A huge part of the African economy is informal. And there's this perception that innovation is synonymous with high-tech advancements and scientific breakthroughs, right? But it's very narrow. That's a very narrow definition. But there's a rich tapestry of grassroots innovations, informal practices, indigenous knowledge, including in as diverse fields as healthcare and education, that's really happening across the continent that it's just missed and not recorded because it's happening in the informal sector. So I really wanted to highlight that because it feels like we only focus, even when we come to innovation and tech, we only focus on the really formalized part of the economy, which is a really tiny part of the economy, and that we don't see the much larger picture that lies in the informal sector. There's so much literature around this with African informal manufacturing competing with formal economies, and really the hidden enterprise culture that's embedded in these informal economies. So a lot of this remains untapped, and these are areas where if we discuss in depth and honestly, we could definitely find areas where there could be significant cooperation and collaboration between Africa and the EU. In terms of energy, of course, we look, the first thing we talk about when we talk about Africa energy is natural resources, right? We're rich in diverse energy resources, oil, gas, coal, renewables like solar and water. But so that imbalance, and a lot of you are experts on this topic, especially with what is going on now and what's happened, and part of the reason why we're having this conversation. But can we have a much longer term conversation around how we actually genuinely, jointly harness these resources in a way that doesn't feel like one partner is getting the short end of the stick, right? Because right now, this is what it feels like. It feels like it's a one-way relationship where there's an extraction point, and there's really, we have huge energy needs. We have huge, if you look at Nigerian electricity, Ghana and electricity, these are areas where we think Germany, for example, is a huge leader in this space, but we haven't seen the genuine support of the partnership to say, look, can we jointly solve this together? Because if you solve your energy problems, you're going to build a $1 trillion economy in a very short time. So these are some of the partnerships that we think that you could easily come up with and create ways to de-risk the investments, both politically and financially, in a way that really could make sense for businessmen to really put their money behind. There was a conversation around the geopolitical race for Africa, the new scramble for Africa. Europe is a bit late to that race. China has emerged as a very significant player in Africa, employing comprehensive strategies that look at infrastructure, trade partnerships, investments in various sectors, but also, really opening up China. Before you would say, look, the reason why I'm not seeing so many Nigerian businessmen in the streets of Berlin is because of the language. But I believe, Mandarin is probably harder to speak than German. So that's not really a reason, right? So the reason is because it's not open enough, right, for students to come in. You have now a huge and growing student population in China, a lot of Africans that now speak Mandarin, and Chinese men and women that have really educated themselves and speak local Nigerian languages very well, right? So when you see that kind of genuine investment to want to partner with a continent, you feel very, very at home, right? And so this is some of the efforts that we don't really see from the European Union. I feel like the EU still sort of has this view about Africa that it had 20, 30, 40 years ago. And the truth of the matter is that Africa is just not that continent anymore. That was 20, 30 years waiting for handouts from various parts of the world to be able to do anything. I think the new emerging Africa that we have is a very confident, very dynamic continent that's really ready to take its place in the world. And anyone that does not participate really is going to get left behind. So China has extended its economic reach across the continent, securing access to resources, establishing diplomatic ties with African nations, and infrastructure projects have helped improve connectivity, facilitated trade, enhance its influence in the region. 20 years ago, the biggest construction company that was renowned for quality in Nigeria was a German company, Julius Berger, which is, I hear it's very small in Germany, but it was the biggest company in Nigeria. Now it's not. It's probably, you'd probably list 3 Chinese companies before you get to Julius Berger. And they're doing rail, they're doing ports, they're doing roads all across, not just Nigeria, but across Africa, right? And it's because they've been able to invest in understanding the economy, understanding the constraints that we have, and finding very innovative ways to de-risk in a way that the Europeans haven't been able to, have been very slow to adapt to, have been very anti-risk averse in terms of these issues. So while the geopolitical race for Africa is not driven solely by economic and strategic considerations, but it also encompasses competition for diplomatic influence, access to natural resources, securing markets for goods and services. There's also growing focus on Africa as potential partners addressing climate change, terrorism, and migration, which I believe is a major issue especially for the EU. But while this race brings opportunities for African nations, right, in terms of infrastructure investments, economic opportunities, access to markets, development assistance, it also raises concerns about neocolonialism, exploitation of resources, debt sustainability. So for the continent, it's very important that we are able to carefully navigate these dynamics to ensure that interest and sovereignty are safeguarded. So, I mean, if you look at Europe's response, for example, to the Belt and Road initiative, right, it's really not gone as fast as you would expect. And that ability to be quick to respond to changing dynamics within the continent is just not there. The European Connectivity Strategy, which aims to enhance infrastructure development, digital connectivity, and all that, has raised some interest, but it's just been quite slow to deploy. I'm rounding up very soon, but I wanted to talk about the conversation around Africa and the G20 in particular. So there is, I mean, a huge push now for better representation and more representation of Africa within the G20 to have a seat at the table and unlock the opportunities that are there to harness our demographic dividend and foster socioeconomic growth. So wherever, I mean, you're having diplomatic conversations now, this is a major issue for the continent. And I mean, there's been a lot of response, I mean, positively, even within the EU regarding this move. And we think that by integrating African voices into the EU, that understanding and that genuine partnerships that I'm talking about could be fostered. And rather than having conversations that occur at long time spans, we could have a continuous conversation around various areas of investments and partnerships. At the end, I want to summarize and just say that for me, I think 4 or 5 things are critical. The visa policy is very important because it shows really that we're wanted. And this is, of course, goes both ways. So improving the visa policy is going to be critical for the future. I think getting more Nigerian African students into the EU is very important, because creating those bonds at this level is really what sustains the partnership for decades to come, for over the next 100 years, right? So we need to get more African students sitting at prestigious business schools like ASMT and across the EU. And this includes through scholarships, through reach out to various countries, because I mean, Africa is a nation with a thirst for knowledge right now. And we believe that there's a lot for us to learn and to participate, and also for you to learn if we sit next to you in these classrooms. So citizen diplomacy is very important. I think we need to go beyond governments and be able to create platforms where citizens can interact, get to know each other, know that I can WhatsApp someone from ESMT at the middle of the night and say, hey, I have this amazing tech idea. What do you think? And you're going to reply me and say, yeah, let's do it. And we get it done, and we don't have to involve the ambassadors or any civil servants that's going to take us 6 months to really bring this to fruition. That's how business really, I think, is going to work. Genuine economic partnerships and understanding how to really look at the global value chain across Europe and seeing how we can integrate and not only remain primary extraction points, but also be able to move up that value chain in a way that really improves both countries' economic perspective. And lastly, of course, is the need to genuinely address the historical aspects of our relationship. I mean, for many, especially of the old school, this is a precursor or the priority before starting any other. For us, I mean, I don't want to say I don't really care, but I don't. But it's really important to address these historical aspects and then be able to forge a genuine partnerships ahead. I hope with that, I've been able to, contribute a little bit to the conversation on rethinking a new approach, and I'll be at questions. Thank you very much. That's it.
Perhaps you want to take the questions from there? Is that fine? Thank you so much for your remarks. I don't know, I think hold on. Can you check it? Okay, I think my mic is working now. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much for the remarks. At this point, I think it's important for us to start taking questions. If you do have questions for our guest speaker, please kindly signify by raising up your hands, introduce yourself, your name and your organization. I think I can already see some hands up. Okay, we start with you.
Thank you. I'm Zura Karolashvili from Deutsche Welle. I'm wondering, we had Angela Merkel's CDU party in the government for 16 years in Germany. So this government change in 2021. I was wondering for you, if you feel any difference how this government is trying to create new partnerships with the countries in Africa, for example.
I mean, I think speaking from someone that's really been in the ground rather than in the diplomatic conversations, I don't feel that much of a difference. I feel like the conversation is very high level and not a lot happening really on the ground for me to say, oh, there's this huge shift. Right, I'm sure within the diplomatic circles and the global conversations, there might be a push and there's a huge new difference in the policy. But in terms of actual changes on the ground on how that really changes relationship, I don't know as much. No, I don't think so.
I have to keep switching up my. Okay, we have the next question from Annette.
My name is Annette, University of Kent alumni. I have a question pertaining to China penetrating Africa, and it's a question that falls into an opinion that falls into a question. Yeah. But what are your thoughts on Africa penetrating China? And do you think that China is, lack of a better phrase to use, moving lightly because they don't have the colonial baggage, and that in 50, in 100 years, we will be having now this conversation, but in relation to China and the foreign debt that they carry by moving lightly and doing trade in Africa?
I feel like from our perspective, China is penetrating Africa because it's pragmatic, practical, and simple, right? What does Africa need? Infrastructure. China comes in and says, you don't have money for the infrastructure, we're going to build the infrastructure anyway. And then we find a way to deal with it. It's works for politicians, works for policymakers, and you don't get stuck with an ideological conversation that really takes 20 years to bring to fruition. So the difference is because you have a policymakers' horizon, which is what, 4 to 8 years that a government is elected to do. You've got governments that are still trying to sort out their revenue issues, have huge deficits in terms of budgets. And then you've got a partner that's saying, I'm going to come build it for you and you can take all the credit. So I feel like that's the first sort of move. But then in terms of Africa penetrating China, that's also true, because now you've got this reverse movement where not only within businesses, but China's opening up for African businessmen and African families to also set up, right? And the cultures are very different, language is very different, but still it's happening, which then comes back to the point then that it's not necessarily around the history of colonialism that's stopping us from having a new conversation here. It's just that we need to have that conversation while the whole conversation about the historical aspect is going on, and it does need to happen, but it should not stop a genuine conversation that's happening here around how we can do business together, how we can help out each other, how we can actually have genuine partnerships going forward. I feel like the two could be held mutually, run concurrently.
Just to rephrase, rephrase it nicely. Wrapping up on China, they do not carry that colonial baggage, so they don't have to go through this scrutiny that, for example, Europe goes through before anything substantial happens. But then saying that China, let's say, gives funds and infrastructures for free would be, I think, misinformation, because in the end, there's foreign debt that comes with that. And we have African countries that were very much indebted to China to the extent that, they had to give up their ports. So what I'm saying is, do you think we will in a few years be having this conversation, but in now relation to China? Because now we foster this engagement, this new partnership, because it is new, in fact, as opposed to Europe, which we already had a relationship with.
Yeah, I don't think that the China is providing free infrastructure. Definitely comes at a cost, but also, I think the principle for debt, which the most policymakers are following now, is as long as we're building productive infrastructure, then it would make sense in the long run. That could be right, that could be wrong, but it's something on the table, right? And it's a difference with having a long conversation then about human rights and development, and then not seeing, quote unquote, and I use it usually, anything come out of it, right? So you have a long conversation around ideological issues, and then you're not able to deliver anything to the people, and the people are under an urgent need for infrastructure, for social development, for all of that stuff. And then you've got a partner who is trying to fill in that gap. And if you do, look at the cost. We're having this conversation now to rethink and to improve, right, the Europeans. So I'm sure in the next couple of years as well, there could be a need to have that conversation around China, but it would be slightly different, because it still wouldn't be a conversation around, colonialism or whatever. It would be a conversation around economic partnerships that probably went bad and how you can improve that, right? But I feel like with this conversation, we have an opportunity to, while taking cognizance of what's happened in the past, still be able to build a new future together.
Yes, please go ahead.
Alex, Berlin Global Advisors. So my question would be, do you think that not only because China is, as you said, pragmatic, practical, simple, entering into conversation with China is also more successful perhaps in Africa because it doesn't only bring investment, but also as a country coming from having similar problems, first of all, it has more the credibility, but also the recipes to not only bring investments and Chinese construction workers into the country, but would you subscribe to the statement that they also have a wider regard for, creating sustainable, knowledge transfers? For example, if they build train lines, that they actually train local workers and so on, or is that basically a misperception on how China operates in Africa?
I don't think that happens as much in terms of the knowledge transfer within there has been a short transition. So 10 years ago, if you were building Chinese infrastructure, if China was bringing infrastructure, they're using Chinese from the manager right down to the last laborer on the ground. But that's changed in different parts of Africa. In some parts of Africa, still that's what happens, right? But as more of the conversation and demands have come from African governments, then there's been this knowledge transfer, but at the very lower level, right? Never at the, we're not having strategic conversations around copying the Chinese model for development, for example. I don't think that conversation is happening as much. That conversation, we have it more actually with Europe, right? but we're having conversations around, we need infrastructure around water, around power, around transportation, and who's going to provide it. And that's really the limit of that conversation. And that's why this particular conversation is very critical, because we're really speaking at a very conceptual, we're having this conception about development, right? And whereas China has had a very similar path to where we are now, we don't really have those conversations, I believe, with the Chinese, but we're having really practical conversations around plugging in various parts of the economy. And that's why, for me, this conversation could potentially prove to be much more important, right? Because it's going to look very long-term around what we can do. I think where the switch needs to come is it needs to be a genuine EU-Africa conversation, and not a conversation on how EU develops more with Africa resources or using Africa as a launchpad. But if we're having a bilateral conversation around how to improve both economies, then I think that would work.
Okay, we have more questions. Okay, we have 3 more. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. My name is Hilda. I work at ECDPM. It's the Center for Africa-Europe Relations. What I like about your presentation is when you started, you said that the partnership, we keep on talking about the same things over and over again. But I'd also like to have some self-internal reflection. What is the role of Africa? When you look at the African continent, what part are we playing when it comes to not fully contributing towards this partnership? Most of the times we point the finger towards the EU and say that maybe the partnership is not very equal. But when we look at the lack of political will from the African side, maybe you can speak more about that. And at work, we were talking about the structure of the African Union in terms of the political leaders giving the feedback to the EU leaders. It normally takes a whole maybe 6 months to a year, maybe I'm exaggerating, but the lack of political will also in terms of managing the conflicts within our countries. So how can we manage that so as to improve the partnership? Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. That's a very important point. I think that all these things can happen together at the same time. So we can't wait for a continent to finish getting its act together in every single country before we commence a conversation with genuine partners. So just like we have challenges in countries within Europe, where a huge number of challenges even within Europe, it's the same thing that we have within Africa. And when you come to the continental bodies, of course, with the AU, you can talk about the effectiveness of its implementation and whether the resolutions actually lead to anything. And this is why I said that, we need to, when we come to partnerships, there's a level that needs to be handled by governments. But most importantly, we also need as much as possible to integrate the citizens, because that's really where things move much faster. Governments take a lot of time, they're very bureaucratic. There's a lot of high-sounding speeches from the UN to the AU to the EU. There'll be a lot of conversations going on, but very little traction and action. But I believe that if we're able to move the conversation and also get into a citizen level of diplomacy and interaction, then we can move forward. But I completely agree with you. More needs to be done in terms of actioning what we agree on both sides.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Laura Flores and I work at a non-profit organization called Club de Madrid. My question would be, well, I would like to backtrack a little bit and get your perspective on how the response to the pandemic has influenced or will influence the relationships between the EU and Africa, because at the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021, when vaccines became available, we saw how the US, how Canada, how Germany, how many countries in the European Union got all the doses, whereas Africa and other global South continents got none at all. And then as a response to that, the governments of India and South Africa proposed a temporary TRIPS waiver at the WTO, at the World Trade Organization. So Africa South Africa could lead the manufacturing of vaccines and deliver them in their countries in the region, as well as India in its region, in the Asian region, sorry. So my question would be, like, we've seen how the EU and Africa relationship sometimes in this case has failed terribly because the UK, Germany, and the EU as a bloc banned this proposal and blocked this proposal. So vaccines were not available for these people, and the death toll kept growing and growing. So how, I know that we are speaking about future partnerships and how, you know, there's opportunities in the digital space, in the tech space, but how can we, I guess, how can that relationship be restored, that trust, if ever existed, can be restored into future partnerships, and how can we talk about partnerships and not support from one region to the other? Just thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I don't think there's really currently an answer to that question. I feel like we have to continue having these conversations and then see. I mean, the pandemic was a shock to the entire, the world, right? And when that sort of shock happens, it's understandable that you first look at yourself, your family, and then you start blowing it out. And so a lot of partnerships did break down at that time. A lot of confidence was lost in global organizations. Multilateralism it took a huge bash because it failed really at that point. I mean, WHO was almost nowhere to be found. I mean, a lot of the institutions that had been created to handle exactly that kind of shock were just unable to show up during COVID. And I feel like it was a major turning point for the entire world in terms of the relationship, right? And part of the conversations that we're having now on every sphere of the globe is actually part of the fallout of COVID-19. And now that we know something like that could happen, I mean, how does a genuine partnership actually work in a way that you are able to say, I'm going to take 30-40% of the vaccines that could save my people and then share it across the partnership, right? I mean, how are we going to get to that sort of level? And it's a huge ask, but it's something that we need to, either talk about building capacity across the world for responding to such shocks, which will still take time. But these are conversations, obviously, that we need to have, but I don't think that there's an answer. I mean, I don't have it, maybe somebody else does. Thank you.
We have another question. Annette, you do have, there's someone else.
There's someone behind you.
Okay, please go ahead. Then we can go back to it.
Thank you. My name is Thomas. I am from Humboldt University. So I have a question / statement on China and African investment from China. I would like to get your opinion on my understanding of how the whole system works. So the way I understand, about 10 years ago, China decided that they have a bunch of construction capacity that they have, and that they wanted to find a way how to use it, while also giving employment opportunities to those Chinese people working in construction companies. And they decided to essentially create this Belt and Road initiative and to invest into Africa while getting opportunities to create diplomatic relationships. And European Union, the US, or let's say the Western world, usually does this investment through the World Bank, through IMF. So institutions that have a lot of knowledge and experience on these kinds of projects. But China was doing that on its own. And there is this idea or this criticism, essentially, that some of the investments that China has made were basically mistakes because of bad cost versus benefit analysis, simply because they needed to learn how to invest properly, how to find good opportunities to invest. And as an outcome, some of the countries that were on the receiving end of those investments ended up having non-performing debt. How close to reality is this understanding of mine? And could you give some comments? Thank you.
Okay, I believe that, I mean, with all credit, some goes well and others go bad, right? And even within the bank and the IMF, there's been a lot of investments that have gone bad as well, right? So I don't necessarily think that it's a China thing for investments in Africa or anywhere else in the continent to go bad. There are countries that have had significantly good experiences and others have had bad experiences. So I think that the inroad is very simple. There's a need that requires meeting, and China tailored itself to meet that need. Really, that's it. And it came at a time when I believe that there was reduction in availability of credit from the normal multilateral banks that African economies were using. And so China came in not with resources, but with the know-how and the expertise and the equipment to build the infrastructure that's required for a lot of these African economies. So it's simply for me, and I mean, we worked within Nigeria, and our biggest contractor was a Chinese company, right? And they were able to satisfy what we required. We paid. It wasn't like it was any of these. So we actually paid money to China, but it was on the basis that they were able to move much faster than any of the companies could and still produce the quality that we thought we required. But on a national level as well, there's a lot of projects going on in China, in Nigeria by the Chinese government with very, very, I mean, flexible payment terms. So with Nigeria, where I mean, I can speak a bit more about, it's not really about this inability to pay, but it's just the ability for you to be able to spread the payments over a long term and have a partner that really can move very quickly. If you're negotiating with IMF or the bank, you're looking at what, 2 to 3 years before closing the credit and then actually starting. But with the responsiveness, I believe with what we have found with China is the ability to move a bit faster. The experience might be different for other African countries, which probably I don't know about. But for us, this is really the model that has worked. So yes, there might be some countries or a lot of countries that have had a short end of the stick in their relationships with China. But I believe that even with our relationships with other multilateral banks, there's been a lot of countries within the continent as well that have really gotten the short end of the stick and have ended up in a situation which is worse than what they would have wanted to do.
So just to, just to reiterate, if we take from your perspective, your experience, if we take investment from Western countries into Nigeria as an example, and the ratio between good investment versus non-performing investment, non-performing debt, and the investment from China, the ratio is similar enough for you to say that there's not much difference?
I think all investments have to go through risk assessment globally. I mean, you guys know how to do this. I mean, so it doesn't matter whether it's down the road here in Berlin, in the US, or in parts of Africa. The principles are more or less the same. So if you don't prepare your projects properly, they're likely to fail regardless of where they are in the world. So it's the same thing. So if you look, I mean, if you have a good understanding of what you're going to invest in Nigeria, odds are that you would succeed and the success rate would really blow up. But there is a possibility as well that you don't succeed, right? If you don't plan it properly and you don't understand the economy, you don't understand the people. And it's the same thing, I believe, everywhere. So I don't really think it's the origin of the investing entity or the destination, but also your part as an entrepreneur or as a investor to be able to assess the risk of that investment and be able to take the decisions that makes it a success.
Okay, we have one more question here and then we come back this way. Yes, we'll come. Okay, this is where I become biased. Please, go ahead.
So thank you. My name is Svenja. I work for the Munich Security Conference. From my side, it would be interesting to get from your perspective a little bit more about the partnership aspect and the investment aspect. What I kind of experienced in the past is more the Chinese investment, where I do not see a long-term relationship or kind of what you mentioned, kind of the knowledge exchange happening. So from that perspective, how would you describe a different investment model for example, Western countries to invest in a way that is at the same time kind of focusing on this partnership, focusing on the cooperation in the long term? As you mentioned, China, kind of they learn the language, they are interested in kind of understanding the countries, where I see it more interested in how to learn from the country or kind of how to analyze the resources in order just for themselves to gain a lot of opportunities in investing. So from that perspective, one part, and the second question would be, do you see any kind of development or any shift in towards businesses going more the formalized ways, kind of getting more formal? Because you mentioned before that right now there's a huge potential in this informal sector, and if they are not really encouraged, or if there's not a structure for them to really get formalized easily, how would you see an opportunity for other countries to really kind of found a cooperation with the more informal sector? Kind of where is here a development possibility for the kind of the businesses in the informal sector? Thank you.
So really important questions. I think that the genuine partnerships are built on mutual cooperation, mutual friendships, and understanding that within that partnership, both parties benefit, right, over a long period of time, rather than just having one partner extracting and making the other worse off, right? I believe very strongly that the EU has a much larger potential for genuine long-term partnerships with Africa than even China does, right? But right now, it's not been able to do that, because I believe also over the last 5 or 10 years, probably, there's been a lot of internal focus, is quite insular focus within the EU and maybe the US, but not a lot has been invested in terms of genuine partnerships with Africa. So while we can talk about it in meetings like this or at other diplomatic or global settings, it really doesn't translate. And that's why I started with, we could be talking about this again in 5 years or 10 years, because it seems like a topic that keeps resurging. I'm sure if you Google this similar topic, it's probably happened in the past, but then how do we move to ensuring that we're not having this exact same sort of conversation in another 5 years or 10 years, right? And it's really about, from the conversation, how do we then create the proper inroads? If I come back to ESMT in the next 5 years, I'm going to see a lot more, Africans participating, and not just participating from the point of view of, here's some sprinkling of aid, but there are people that actually want to pay money and come and also sit side by side with you. There are also people that can't pay money and need scholarships. So those sorts of small decisions that are taken could result in a much larger, genuine partnership and conversation. Whereas with China, what we've seen is a strong desire to expand and grow the Chinese economy, but they've been able to do it in a way that makes us feel we're getting something out of the deal, right? So I think that's really the major strength. But I think internally and emotionally feel like there's much more to learn from an EU partnership, right? We genuinely feel that there's a lot more that we could benefit from, but it's just not happening. And that's, I think, probably part of the frustration around it. With the informal economy conversation, the truth is that, as I said, about 80% of our economy is still informal across Africa. And so, whereas there are many moves to formalize it, I mean, there's a whole conversation around how do you get more businesses to register and all that. But what we found is that some of these informal businesses stay informal deliberately and rationally, right? Because it's more expensive for them to participate in the formal sector. Now, that's an internal conversation that we have to have as African countries to see how we can formalize it. But why I highlighted is because it's important for even you as outsiders, if you're looking at the economies, to be able to understand that, okay, look, there's the formal side of innovation and income and jobs and business, but there's also a huge informal side that's not reported, right? That really most times doesn't appear in the statistics of many African countries, but it's still happening, right? And so you're able to ask the right questions and make the right partnerships to ensure that whatever partnerships that you're doing actually succeeds and takes everybody on board.
Much, and I think now we can take your question.
So you mentioned, so I have two questions. The first one is like the concept of like getting to a lower level. I think you called it citizen level of diplomacy and action. By the way, I'm Nigerian, ESMT full-time MBA student. So yeah. So the question is then, how do we, what would you give us an example of doing that? And I'll give context. So Siemens signed, I don't know, 2 years ago, like a €3 billion deal with Nigeria regarding like energy generation, right? That's a really high level deal. How do we bring it? You know, because the investment is there, the higher ups are there. How do you spread it? And I know like things like the bill that was passed this year helps, but what's your idea of how to get that down? So that's one.
Yeah.
The second is regarding investment, and this is way more straightforward. It's like, so you've said where the money is coming from. You know, like for example, with China taking on the financial risk at this point, right? But the question is, where should it be coming from a long-term perspective? Where do you personally think it should come from? Because, for example, with the Siemens deal, German banks are financing, I think, 85%. Should that be happening? Should we be looking at subsidies, like fuel subsidies? How do you see that mix?
Okay, I think very, very interesting question. Now, so I go back to the conversation about Julius Berger, which is a German company but has long ties in Nigeria, right? Now, if Julius Berger does a building for you in Nigeria, you're sure of the quality, we respect it and we like it and everything, we know it's German. However, if you want to change a screw on the door, you can't, right? Because they never ever share the serviceable aspects of that particular product, right? Now, that immediately goes to what? 2 or 3 things. There's no knowledge transfer happening. There's no capacity being built of the local economy, right? We can't replicate it. And if you break a bulb, you literally have to get Julius Berger engineers to come back and put the bulb back in, right? So that doesn't show genuine partnerships, right? Just that example. So if you take the Siemens deal now, I mean, I had no idea it was pronounced Siemens, but we call it Siemens in Nigeria. Okay, so if you take the Siemens deal now, right? How much of it has been purposely designed to have a multiplier effect on the Nigerian economy and Nigerian businesses, right? It's a huge deal. Presumably, it's going to involve a huge number of other smaller businesses within Nigeria. How much of that is being purposely designed in a way that would have impacts in the Nigerian economy over 5 or 10 years, right? Or are you planning to take every single thing and make it about the German company in a way that if we can't even change a screw, right? A genuine partnership would be that you take this deal and find a way to ensure that the Nigerian businesses feed off of this business in a way that they then become genuine partners of the German company and are able then to create a genuine relationship that then transcends just this deal and goes into much else. So can we make that Julius Berger screw the default Nigerian screw or the default African screw because everybody knows how to use it? But because they've kept that solely proprietary, it's so focused on just building that particular company. And when you come, you don't have any incentive to say, this is a genuine partner, right? You're keeping even the IP of a screwdriver secret, right? So I believe that if you take the Julius Berger, and this should have been from us as Nigerians, actually, when we signed that deal, we should have said technology transfer must happen within this particular deal, right? And these are the number of Nigerian businesses that we want to definitely benefit from this. Is Julius Berger sponsoring, Siemens sponsoring scholarships into German universities with this deal, as part of social responsibility? There's so much you can build into the deal that make it a genuine partnership. Is it being done? I don't know. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I'm not taking further questions. And I think this has been the most engaging lecture so far today, for obvious reasons. I mean, he's been chief of staff, he's been budget commissioner, he's worked as a minister at sub-national level in the country. So I understand why we're all interested in asking him questions. But I think at this point, we're running out of time. He has to leave. He doesn't have to leave. Of course, you're staying here. So you can. Kicked out. No, you're not being kicked out. I'm just trying to walk you out of the stage so we can have more conversations for the day. But you can always engage him. He's going to be here till the end of the day. So thank you so much, Mr. Mohammad, for your time. And that was a really interesting conversation, and in-depth one of that. Thank you. Please, a hand of applause for him. Whenever I bring down this mic, I remind myself how tall I am. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Mohammad Abdullahi, for that really, really engaging debate and conversation from government point of view. And I think you really touched on EU-Africa relations in a very detailed way. And I like the story about the Julius Berger screw or Siemens screw analogy. It's the most simplified, there's no better way to explain that process. I also think that the burden is on the government that signs this deal, to insist that you're not just going to come here and insist we go back to you to even fix a screw. Rather, there should be some level of local knowledge transfer to our local engineers and contractors at some point of the conversation. At this point, I would like to call on our next session. We're going to be talking about having an interview on green energy, powering sustainability in Europe and Africa. And I think I have a guest speaker who is going to be joining us, Mr. Ferdinand Pavel. He has been with Ernst & Young since 2016, and he heads the Economic Advisory Department for Public Clients in Germany. His focus areas include the energy industry, sustainability, digitization, the evaluation of regulatory state intervention. Before joining EY, Ferdinand worked for a leading company for economics consulting. Ferdinand has over 18 years of professional and research experience in industrial economics, regulatory, and competitive economics. In addition, he has extensive expertise in digitization and innovation, infrastructure, mobility, and logistics, energy and environment, and SMEs. He has demonstrated this in numerous projects in Germany and in the European Union, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, China, Southeast Asia, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. Thank you for joining us today. But he's not the only one speaking. I might also want to introduce our guest who is joining us virtual, Emmanuel Uwandu. He is Nigerian, and I think he's based, perhaps he's going to tell us where he's based at the moment. I'm not so sure. He's an entrepreneur. He's on a mission to drive sustainable change in Africa, having founded and successfully led his first clean energy startup. He is accelerating access to clean cooking for 900 million people across Africa with his second startup, Gas 360. As a recipient of the French Tech Talent Passport and a World Bank Fellow, he is also committed to fostering global collaboration and empowering communities. Thank you so much for joining us online. I don't know why you were unable to be here, but again, I apologize on his behalf, like I did when Fatu was here. Please, you can come up. I think I'm just going to be having, back and forth interview between you and Pavel. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll probably start with Pavel, who worked with EY. The Namibian president recently signed a project, a 10 billion deal with your organization, Hyphen Energy, to produce green hydrogen. Can you tell us more about that?
The Namibian president.
Yes.
Yeah, that's this is one of the important projects from a European and a German perspective. Yeah. You noticed in the introduction that I'm not really an Africa expert.
Yeah.
I am an expert in energy
Germany
sector, Germany, Europe, also international, but more towards Asia and Eastern Europe. So our entry into this Hyphen project, the Namibian project, was from the perspective of the German government. I think as a general observation, that's actually something really interesting or something relevant in comparison to several of the questions that I heard in the session before, because in this energy relationship, it is not about something like aid or a partnership in order to support and to help, but it's supposed to be a business partnership. And so the challenge is there have been business partnerships in the energy sector before between Europe, US, and Africa. We all know that this was not to the biggest advantage from an African perspective. So the challenge is obviously to turn it around this time and to make sure that Africa ends up on an equal level in this partnership. But nevertheless, the settings is, of course, both partners are interested and both partners have their views. For the German and the European perspective, we have the huge challenge of decarbonization. We will need to secure energy supplies in Europe 100% by carbon-free energy sources, at the latest German perspective by 2045, EU perspective currently 2050. This will be done to a very large extent through renewable electricity, but there's always an energy gap. And this energy gap, in particular for large-scale industries, steel industry, chemical industry, for some other areas like construction materials, cement, for example. In a lot of these areas, there's a need for an additional energy fuel, which must be carbon-free. And this is obviously hydrogen and certain derivatives of hydrogen, like, for example, ammonia. And the challenging question is where to generate all this hydrogen. We do have the potential, like hydrogen production needs energy. Energy is electricity. Renewable electricity must be green electricity. We have some potential, but we need it actually because we have such a large demand for electricity. So we need to have from outside of Europe energy shipments. And
yeah, I was about to take you out of that. Probably just Emmanuel, just hang in there. I like that you pointed from the Europe perspective as well. Since the Ukraine and the Russian war, we've seen that Europe is also thinking outside of its dependence in Russia. I'd like you to talk about the priorities for your continent and how you're diversing across Africa and how beyond what Europe seeks to take from Africa, the importance of ensuring that Africans are not left alone. Because when we saw the oil boom, you know, some countries, especially my country, Nigeria, you know, there are still concerns around if that was beneficial for the people, for the local communities, for, you know, and Europe is now looking towards Africa for its gas supplies, for its, you know, energy needs as well. Again, I mean, EY is a company, but I mean, let's not go into the details, but, you know, beyond what you're interested in taking out from the continent, what are the priority needs of the African people for firms like yours, for big companies like yours?
Especially the big companies who actually do the investments. We are in this picture just a small consulting firm. I mean, you're the big four. Yeah. So, but what are the priorities from an African perspective? I mean, it was said in the previous talk already. If there's not even the possibility to exchange some screws or bulbs, then obviously this is just like utilizing African resources without any leverage to the African economy. Hydrogen as such is also difficult because it's very technology intensive. It's very capital driven. So there is actually a need for high-skilled, high-qualified workers. There's not much of an stimulus for kind of investments. The interesting potential with hydrogen and with other things as well, like when we switch to like green fuels, the interesting thing is that hydrogen is not just a product of petrochemical or the petroleum industry, but it's more, it can be developed into broader value chains. For example, if you talk about ammonia, then you are very close to producing fertilizers. And if you are about to produce fertilizers and you are in Africa, I mean, it's obvious there's a huge potential to actually make sure that the food supplies in Africa can be increased, and that Africa's role also in feeding the world can be increased. So that not like now we have a war in Ukraine, and at the end of this long story, there's going to be hunger in Africa. Should also be the other way around, given the large potentials. So I think that's that would be my advice for an African client or from an Africa perspective. Make sure that you leverage these deals in creating value chains in the chemical industry, which will then bring a green chemical industry, which will then bring you to fertilizer production and to other things that help agriculture.
Thank you so much. I'll come back to your propositions as, of course, one of the big players on the continent. Hi, Emmanuel. I'm back to you now. Please tell us again, I mean, you talked a bit about 900 million reach for electricity for Africans on the continent. Can you expatiate on that?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. Pleased to be here. I couldn't join in physically, but I'm calling out of Lagos in Nigeria at the moment, and I'm happy to meet everyone. Talking about Africa's energy needs, right? Today, 900 million people on the continent today still use dirty fuels like firewood and charcoal, right? According to the World Health Organization, if a woman, a person, cooks breakfast, lunch, and dinner with firewood, is equivalent to smoking 20 packets of cigarettes daily, right? This causes about 600,000 deaths annually on the continent. This is this 600,000 deaths is roughly half the size of the city of Kigali, right, the capital of Rwanda. Drilling it down to Nigeria, about 100,000 women die annually from the use of firewood and charcoal, right? So talking about Africa's energy needs, you know, is quite different from how the Europeans need energy at the moment, right? I live in France, and when I talk to people around me and the quality of the infrastructure, you know, you have induction stoves, you have electricity power stoves. People do not even understand that there are people that still rely on firewood and charcoal, right? In the African context today, the household energy needs of Africans is majorly for cooking, not even for electricity and power, right? So when we talk about, hydrogen, we talk about, massive electricity projects, they are great, right? But from an African perspective, the first thing that needs to be addressed is the issue of cooking, right? Everybody, before you have access to, before you do anything with electricity, you cook first and eat, right? It's the most basic need today. And that's why I'm really passionate about what Gas 360 is doing, right, to accelerate access to clean cooking. When you also look at, in terms of natural resources, right? Nigeria, for instance, flares about $1.8 billion worth of gas, right, annually, and this can provide, if used well, right, if converted to productive use for cooking, it can provide access to cooking for 5 million households, right, annually. So, looking at the African context, looking at where Africa is at the moment, our main focus, right, are still the basics, right? To the Europeans, this might not be very important, right? They're looking at energy efficiency. They're looking at how to, make the switch from gas, right, powered electricity to renewable sources of electricity, which is great, right? But for Africa, we've not even left the market. We've not even left charcoal, we've not left firewood, right? If you go to countries, even in East Africa, the Congo today, the reason for the wars in the Congo, right? What has been fueling that war for ages now has been the control of the forest, right? So the militants, they fight to control the forest, to be able to fell trees, right? Those trees, they convert it to charcoal, they sell the charcoal, they make money from the charcoal, then they use it to buy weapons to continue the war going on in the Congo at the moment. So it's as though Africa is caught between, two extremes, right? On one end, charcoal and the use of dirty fuels, skilling women and kids, right? On the other end, charcoal is also fueling wars, right? So energy transition sustainability for Africa today has to be, the very, very, it should be at the very minimum, right? Which is today cooking. Once that is resolved, right, then from there we can start talking about electricity.
I have a follow-up question for you. For people who think, people have argued that advocates like yourself who insist that clean energy must be adopted by Africans for a household that is dependent on firewood, like you rightly pointed out, that literally it's their livelihood to survive. How it almost seems idealistic to keep insisting that you cannot keep using this. You cited the fact that when you use the firewood to cook, it's almost similar to smoking 26 cigarettes a day or something like that. How can you convince the woman in the rural area that, to move from the only source of energy she can rely on for her own survival to feed? Don't you think this argument, especially at that rural area, is also very idealistic in itself without improving the livelihoods of these people?
Thank you very much for that question. I would like to point out, the penetration of mobile money, right? And, mobile phones in Africa. If someone had told us 40 years ago that Africans would adopt mobile phones and even become the largest adopters of mobile money today, even far better than the banking infrastructure that we have that is currently existing in Europe, everybody would doubt it, right? It would have sounded idealistic at the time, right? In my experience, I think that you don't convince, you replace, right? If today the biggest problem with adaptability and around clean cooking is the issue of accessibility, right? It is easier to get firewood and charcoal at the last mile, right? If these people have access to clean cooking solutions at the last mile, right? They will make that switch. And I'll tell you, I studied at Ahmadu Bello University, which is in the north of Nigeria, right? And after school, this is my personal experience now. After school, I was involved in some social works, right? We were sort of training students around AI and technology stuff, right? And we had a very bright student, really, really bright, you know, and for some reason she stopped coming, and we went to her house to check up on her. We realized that her mom was really sick, and the reason was related to respiratory issues, right? While we were there, I saw the person selling charcoal and firewood. And the person said, look, I want to stop selling charcoal and firewood if only I can have access to clean cooking LPG, for instance. You know, she tried selling the clean cooking LPG fuel at some point, but it was really difficult to get because it's far, right, for them. So the charcoal and the firewood is quite close. So in my experience right now, a lot of people understand that they have to make this switch. But the problem is, if I make the switch from firewood to charcoal, from firewood to a clean cooking solution, how do you ensure, right, that I would have it readily available? And this is where the opportunities for investment comes in, right? This market is a $250 billion market, right? So in Nigeria today, the clean cooking LPG space in itself, Nigeria consumed about $2 billion worth of LPG last year, and this is just penetration is just at 10%. So imagine what it will look like at 80%. In Sub-Saharan Africa today, penetration is less than 20%. Imagine what it will look like at 80%. Africa did not adopt mobile money and telecommunications by just talking, right? There's an investment opportunity, and private capital came into the picture, and today the story is completely different. So I'm quite positive that with the right strategic investment and the right policy, right, this can happen. I am part of the team drafting the first clean cooking policy in Nigeria, which will eliminate the use of firewood and charcoal over the next 10 years, right? And that policy is also creating a structure for private capital to also come in, so that once this firewood and this type of dirty solid fuels, once they are removed, right, private capital can come in and, you know, sort of make the other options, the clean cooking options available. So
thank you,
today,
Emmanuel.
yeah.
I'll be back to you, but I need to, Pavel has been standing for a while. I am from Boki in Cross River State. So when you say that you want to eliminate, again, I always try to pitch where I'm from, just for those who don't know. When you say that you want to eliminate cooking with firewood in 10 years, I mean, I think that's, you know, it's really hopeful. Again, hope is not a strategy. I hope that, you know, that's possible, and I wish you well at that. But I need to come back to Pavel. If I probably ask Mr. Cheta Nwanze, who is also going to be our guest speaker, and Mr. Mohammad, the elite of Nigeria that are here, what it costs them to power their houses with alternative energy sources, it is not cheap. And I'm sure Emmanuel will probably acknowledge what I'm trying to say. It's really, really expensive. So how are we able to, especially for companies that are interested in not just, again, I know that you're working from the European side, but of course you work in a company that is also investing on the continent, making sure that energy resources is available to the kind of woman who is still using a firewood, for instance, and not just something that is exclusively for the elite and the wealthy.
So first of all, I think it's important to realize that these energy systems are different ones. Like if we build, or if we look at what is intended in Nigeria, in an area very remote, not close to windhawk, not close to the densely populated areas. And there they are going to generate renewable electricity. This is not going to be integrated in the national grid. Yeah. And the national transmission system, the national grid, is also not so dense that it reaches every little village and all people, in particular in the rural side. And then also maintaining such a grid, even if you were building it, is extremely expensive. So given that the vast potential for renewable electricity, solar, like the sun is shining, wind is blowing, it's all there. Question is, does it make sense to have the electricity generated in a centralized spot where you have like an industrial hub and then distribute it all over the country? Or wouldn't it make more sense to actually invest in what we call decentralized electricity systems, which would be, for example, based in each village? And I think in a way, we need to separate these two issues. The one is about the large investment projects and making sure that there will be a part in the value added chain that also benefits the national economy, and where the national economy can also participate. And if it's by buying fertilizer, all these kind of links. And the other challenge is to set up independently from there, but maybe financed by the revenue or by the profits from these industrial projects, to increase or to roll out decentralized electricity supply to the different households. I think these are the two challenges. And maybe as a last point, I mean, to a large extent, I'm working on from a European perspective. There is one exemption with respect to Africa, and this is the government of Angola, who hired EY to help them develop a strategy for biofuels, and to think about ways how biofuels and an increasing production and usage of biofuels could substitute for the losses in oil revenues that will come from decarbonization around the world. So, I mean, Angola as an oil exporting country cannot continue with this business model forever. They need a substitute. So the answer was, the question was, what about biofuels? And it is possible to use biofuels in that extent. And then you have an even better argument than with hydrogen, because it's biofuels, you need to think about an forest or agricultural production process that involves people, that creates jobs already. And these are not the high-skilled jobs in a chemical factory to produce hydrogen, but these are like basic, like the whole range from basic agricultural jobs all the way towards the most sophisticated chemical jobs. And these, it's again, think about the value chain, not only one product that is ready for export, but setting up a value chain and creating opportunities along the line. And once that's the case, if you give people in agriculture, for example, via fertilizer, you give them the possibility to sell their products and to earn, then they would also have the money to invest in like a PV module and some other little stuff to generate electricity. And then they could probably switch from burning wood as a fireplace towards using electricity for that purpose.
Thank you so much. I think that funding is one of the biggest problems. I work in the media. We're always dealing with fund. I mean, I work in a company now that I have to, every day wake up, I'm like, okay, how am I raising the next funding for the next 1 year? So, and I know that it's also a concern for startups like that of Emmanuel on the continent. Emmanuel, you have Pavel here, and he's done advisory for government. He continues to do that across the continent. I think in practical terms, before we open the conversation to the room to ask the both of you questions, what do you think are the biggest challenges for small startups like yourself that are within the continent and trying, to solve the energy crisis in a way that he lives here and takes some notes and say, okay, these are the practical things you probably need to start, advising this government or these big companies that are interested in funding, energy alternative sources on the continent.
Thank you, Mercy. I think in terms of capital, right, for startups, we're a venture funded startup right now. And the reason is that we are not really, in terms of how we pitch to investors, we're a technology business, right? We can show the data, right? We are engaging with the customer, we are listening to the customer, we are understanding the customer, right? And we're presenting the opportunity from the perspective of this is a proper business, right? There's an opportunity, yes, there are challenges, and we're tackling it head on. We have the technology, we have the experience, right? I spent about 10 months in Berlin with Deutsche Telekom, right? Building out the smart meter, pay-as-you-use smart meter to allow low-income households pay for LPG on a pay-as-you-use basis, right? Which is completely different from what we have today, where households would have to pay $20, $30 for a bottle of LPG, right? With our solution, they can pay as they use, right? So if they have just 1 cent, 10 cents, 20 cents, they can buy, using their phones to recharge their LPG credit, so to speak, right? And something else also is in terms of a technology transfer. Today I walk out of France now. I'm in Nigeria at the moment, but we have an office in France. You see some interesting things happening in France as well. Today, France consumes about 474 terawatts of gas as at 2021, right? They want to completely eliminate the need for natural gas in 2050. And they are doing that today by investing heavily in biomethane that's sourced from anaerobic digester from waste, right? Today, they're generating about 4.5 terawatts of electricity from biomethane, right? And they want to scale this. So in terms of technology transfer, we are already part of this process, understanding and learning. Some of our engineers are in France, working closely to learn how to scale this, right? And we can bring this to the continent to say, look, we're using LPG today, right? Tomorrow we are switching. By 2050 as well, there is a plan to switch completely to renewable sources of liquids, right? So that whatever investment we're making in gas infrastructure today, in 50 years, in 20, 30 years time, that infrastructure can also be used to transport or store bio LPG, hydrogen in itself, the same infrastructure. So we meet the needs of today, urgent needs of today, which is also sustainable for tomorrow, so to speak. So beyond selling this from the social problem, there's also an investment opportunity that can generate great return on investment for private investors and allocators of private capital.
Okay, thank you so much. At this point, we'll probably have to open up the conversation to our participants here to ask you and Pavel questions around the topic we're having. And yeah, please, again, following the same rules. If you have questions, kindly signify by raising up your hands, introduce yourself and your organization as well. Yeah. What's going on? The last guest speaker was almost running. We had over 10 questions for him, and okay, we have one. Great.
My name is Sasha. I'm a student here at the SMT. Maybe one question for you is, with your expertise and what you have seen in the world at this point, I feel like quite often for companies to go to countries like Nigeria, Kenya, etc., right? Like the markets work very differently to what we are used to in Germany. And quite often it takes quite a lot of translation in terms how does business work, etc. Do you have any suggestions how the ease to doing business, right? In order for companies to come from Europe to invest in local markets, to build up local capacities, manufactories, etc., how we can create more of like an environment which aids this expansion to these new markets, like by having innovation consultancies locally or any other mechanisms that are needed to actually for bigger corporates or SMEs here in Europe to expand to the African continent in these terms?
I mean, that's a very complex and difficult question, and there's for sure not an easy answer to that. The main thing is about trust and confidence in that your investment or your effort from the European perspective, that this is secured. And this in combination with what do you actually expect as a profit. If we look at most of the business relations so far, I mean, the large scale businesses, oil and gas majors, they are all there. For them, it's a huge and very excessively profitable undertaking. So they managed to pay their way out. For others, is a big challenge. Corruption is certainly a key issue. Rule of law, security, stability. This is all to that extent. It's known. The challenge is how to actually change it, and how to change it in a way that is really lasting. And I think, this is not only a one route kind of lecture, like Europeans telling Africans how things are supposed to work. There are markets where we need to change our regulation significantly in order to also let African countries participate. This is in particular true for food and agriculture, which comes then at the expense of lower levels of substitutes and substitutions and support to European farmers. But that's a consequence that we need to take. So in that direction, it's more like working towards equal level in the interaction. Still, fighting corruption is an issue that remains, and that remains to be very challenging. I think what could be a game changer? This is a complex problem, and you need to have a game changer, something to kick this off. And here, I think in particular, this investment in biofuels, even more than hydrogen, could become such a game changer, because at the end of the day, in such a setting, what you need is as much win-win constellation as possible. Yeah, because if there are losers from what you create, then you will always have opposition. Like, you set up the vast hydrogen plants and very sophisticated technology, so that's something only a few people benefit. The other people still have to live with the consequences that housing prices, rents go up, domestic prices go up, inflation. So a lot of other challenges that they will see, but not the benefits. And then, of course, this fuels opposition, and you always have instability. So what you need is to find projects with as much win-win constellation as possible, and using the agricultural power of Africa and the agricultural potential of Africa to generate renewable energy, which will then be used as an input in chemical production processes, as exports to Europe, and as a fuel within Africa. I mean, there's not many, there's no one who is really harmed by that. The only thing you need, it's a big thing, you need to make sure is that this agricultural production is not turning into stereotypes of production, like we've seen it in palm oil production in Asia and other places. So it must be, it must always be very sustainable. So we need a good framework that international investors will require high levels of sustainability. At the end, a complex picture, but I think that's a potential way forward.
Emmanuel, do you want to also speak on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's important to note that different continents and different countries will have different approaches, right? The last speaker rightly mentioned how the Chinese have made a lot of progress, right, in Africa, and that's because the Chinese, they've come to the realization that, you know, the way you do business in Europe is completely different from the way you do business in Africa, right? And they are on the ground to understand the best ways to sort of engage with the local market. If you don't even want to go the Chinese route, right, European businesses can rely on organizations like PwC, EY, right? They have branches, right, in multiple countries. In Nigeria, for instance, you have KPMG and the like. So if you want real local intelligence as to how to engage in those markets, these organizations can provide, you know, this information. I think it's really about a mind frame thing, right? When I spent time in Berlin, you know, I was talking to someone on the train, and she didn't believe that, you know, people use iPhones in Nigeria, right? And that's, in my opinion, that's misinformation, right? If she had probably been informed rightly about the opportunities in Africa and the quality of people in Nigeria, for instance, maybe her perspective will be completely different. So if that lady happens to be, the CEO of an organization, she might not even look at Nigeria or Africa as a continent because of preconceived notions, right? So I would say, first, have an open mind, right? Do your research, and travel down if you have to, and if you can't, you can rely on, organizations providing this kind of services, and I'm sure you find Nigeria very interesting.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I also have a question for you. I think we have another question here, but I want you to let your friend who doesn't believe that Africans use iPhones, let her know that they actually use more sophisticated phones. I was talking to Mohammad yesterday and telling him, all his phones are very intimidating because I live in Denmark. All my friends that visit from Nigeria, they're always using higher phones. I'm like, what's going on? So yes, there are a lot of, iPhones in Nigeria. Please, we have one question here first, then we come to you. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Laura Flores and I work for a nonprofit organization called Club de Madrid. I would like to thank the speakers for their insights so far. And my question is related to both your perspectives on how the war in Ukraine has affected the business relationships between the EU and Africa, and perhaps the investment, especially considering that some African nations have remain neutral to what they consider is not necessarily a global conflict, but a European conflict. And yeah, thank you.
I don't think there's a very strong direct connection. Yeah, the energy issue with Europe and Africa comes from the large potentials and the need to do it. The threat for this energy potential, or for the possibility to utilize it, is not so much the war in Ukraine, but it's more the race of subsidies that currently appears to happen between the EU and in particular the US. So the Inflation Reduction Act is actually is a big threat to all the investment projects in Africa. It includes also the large hyphen project in Namibia. Why? Because despite the technical potentials and the theoretically lower costs in that you will certainly have in Africa, what the US government is doing is they simply subsidize up to a level where this cost more or less equals. And then you can choose, do I produce in Africa and I still have to do all the large shipments, or do I produce in the US and then I'm already in the US in a huge market. So that's, they cannot do it forever. It's set to be for 5-6 years, something like that. So till the end of 2030 or 2035 in this area. And so sooner or later, we will see the projects in Africa really taken off. But I think that's from an international perspective, the biggest danger. The other one, I don't really know whether it impacts the projects directly. I think after all, the African perspective to say that Africa was never at the table when this conflict was discussed. So why is it our problem? Yeah, it's fair enough.
Okay, yes, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Klein. I'm a business student here in Berlin at the Humboldt University, and I would like to ask 2 questions. The first one to Mr. Pavel, and the second one to both of you. Thanks a lot for joining today. So the first question I have is, what did you learn from making business in Africa, and what do you think can European business people, business organizations learn from Africa, or from African countries, from African business approaches? Because I think there might be a lot to learn as well from their side. And the question I have for both of you is, you already mentioned China. What are the points you see that are necessary to be addressed by the European Union or Western countries in order to maintain competitiveness with Chinese investments in the African sector? Thanks a lot.
Do you want to go
go first?
I don't think you can hear me.
Emmanuel?
Hi, Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Did you get the questions?
I lost you guys for a second. There was a glitch.
Did you get the question though? No.
I got the first one, the one addressed to Pavel, but the second one I didn't.
Okay, can you go back? Can you repeat your question?
Of course. You mentioned China earlier for several times, and there's a competition between Western investments, Chinese investments, and policy power. On what points would you think are necessary to be addressed for Western countries by Western companies in order to keep up with the competition? Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'll take this. I'll go first. I would say, I would not say there is competition between Western and Chinese investment. I'll say there should be a collaborative spirit, so to speak, right? Africa is blowing up, right? We have 1 billion people. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it's the first of its kind, right? It integrates 54 African markets into one market. So it sort of creates the foundation for massive growth on the continent. So the Chinese, they're trying to get a piece of this market, right, as well as Western countries as well. The Chinese, I think what they've done right is deframing their mind first, you know, like, you know, this is a continent where opportunities are bound, right? Private capital can meet some of these opportunities and there'll be a return on investment. In terms of engaging with government, you know, they come to the government and they're asking, what do you want to do? Government gives them a plan and they go into some type of agreement, right? Western countries typically, you know, tend to want to lecture Africans how to live. I think that should not be the focus. The focus should be you are a country or as a continent, right? What do you want to do? What are your projects? And, you know, how do we partake in this opportunity, right? In terms of regulation, if as a Western country, for whatever reason, the regulations are not favorable to you, you can engage with the government to say, you know, provide this regulatory environment to enable us to invest private capital. And it's left for the governments to sort of take those decisions. And I think today on the continent, the governments are very flexible, right? They're happy to have those kind of conversations. They're happy to sort of create the right regulatory environment to attract private capital, both locally and internationally. In my experience, I think for Western countries, it has to be the deframing of the mind to understand that Africa has moved beyond grants and market researches and you know, lectures and all of that stuff. Africa, the young professionals ready to get the job done, right? The local expertise and the market is ready for these opportunities, right? So injecting private capital can earn, you know, great return on investment to businesses happy to engage, you know, on the continent. So in summary, I would say progress has already been made, right? For Western countries, it's really about reframing their mind and reframing Africa as a continent.
Okay.
You to respond.
Okay, yeah, I would say the most impressive thing, I mean, there's many impressive things if you come to Africa, and but for me, I was there in first time in March this year, so it's just like impression from a first trip to Angola. But like policy-wise, the most impressive thing is the difference in the demographics. If you look at here, and fairly old society, low levels of children, like we are really an aging population. We have the same in China, this for different reasons, but with the same impact. So there's a lot of pressure to, like, you need to be more productive in order to, or we need to be more productive in order to maintain our wealth. And then you come to Africa, and in a country like Angola, 35 million people now. By 2050, it's going to be 70 million, a bit around 70 million. So that's a huge growth in population and a lot of optimism and young people. And the question is what to do, and like how to change the continent, how to develop the continent in a way that people will be able to make a living in Africa and find their future. And I think at the end of the day, this is also the reason why this is very much in the European interest, or in all our interest, to actually work hard on it and work on the policy side. And it's not possible by lecturing. It's only possible by creating mutual opportunity. And if we succeed in that, I think we also have the key to the rivalry against with China. I think there is a rivalry between EU and like the Western world and China in Africa, and you can tell this everywhere. And also, like, people I spoke to, they all confirmed very much that, yeah, the Chinese are everywhere, which is, I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's, from their perspective, it makes a lot of sense. But it's just as we want more or less the same, like what the Chinese want. We need to work to have the more interesting and more prosperous proposals. And maybe that's, there was a lot of thinking and a lot of working about like developing Africa in the context of aid packages and so on. And it did help in parts, but it wasn't really the solution. And maybe this kind of competition in trying to find the better, or to have the better offer, maybe that's a prospering opportunity and could change things in a better way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pavel, for your time. We do have 4 minutes left. Do we have one more question? Okay, we'll just take, two. Oh, okay. Okay. You know, okay, let's start with the lady first. Again, my bias is obvious, right? Exactly. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the discussion. My name is Svenja. I'm working for the Munich Security Conference, and from my perspective, what would be interesting for, like, from both of you to know, as well as from kind of the European market, but also from the African market, how would you say is currently the situation between the government and the kind of economic investments or businesses? So kind of, do you see like there's really the initiative to work better together, kind of to really ensure common interests in investments, but also kind of to ensure, for example, food security in the countries, but also, for example, in any form of regulations or rule of law introduced, that also kind of citizen rights are and citizens' needs are also considered from both angles? Because sometimes I have the feeling there, for example, we had in the conversation before that a lot of economic or businesses in Europe are a little bit risk averse. So kind of how can, for example, then the government ensure that there is less or there's kind of less risk perceived from businesses in Europe? So would you say there is a shift and there is a change in both sectors working together a little bit more, the political and the economic one? Or would you say there's still a lot to do and a lot to change, and it's just like, it's a long-term process, which for now you do not see that it's kicked off and should still be made more initiative to it?
Yeah, it's again a big and complicated question, and I'm not a political scientist, but a business consultant, so I can only give you some like observations. I think on the African side, the picture is very mixed. There is, if you look for Namibia and how the political framing of the proposed investment has gone so far, this is close and good cooperation between the respective European and African governments, and that was more like not different than any kind of investment project that you see between Europe and other parts in the world. So there's always, of course, room for improvement. Nothing is perfect, in particular not when policymakers are doing things. But I mean, this goes in a right direction. And there's also just as diverse as a continent as diverse as Africa. There's many other challenges all the way to civil war and other problems. So a very mixed and difficult picture. On the European side, I mean, to a large extent, the caring about Namibia is for selfish reasons, because we need the energy. We as the German economy needs the energy. Like to the extent that it all happens in an equal level competition, then there's no concern about that. But it's not because of like we want to do good things to other countries or so. It's not an altruistic motivation, but I think that's okay. What is missing, in my view, still in the German and European discussion is something like a clear Africa strategy that includes like the economic potentials plus the demographic challenges and the kind of challenges that we see now with large streams of refugees at the moment, and the perspective climate change impact on possibilities to live in certain areas in Africa, and so we most likely will see more like refugees for climate reasons. And you need to bring all these things together in a comprehensive strategy. And this also means like there is thinking about it and there are discussions about it, but what it also means is foregoing benefits that we have as European societies. And I mentioned that already. Agriculture has been a very bad example all the time. Since we have a common European agricultural policy, and I haven't seen so far a proposal that is changing something here. So I think that's going to be the big thing that needs to be done.
I am almost forced not to take more questions because I'm very German these days for obvious reasons. I haven't spent 4 years here. I hope that we've had a really interesting and engaging conversation, but there's something I feel like we've not touched about, and it's the big elephant in the room. Who is funding the crisis in Africa? And why are we having refugees moving back to Europe? If home is okay, I don't think people are going to board these boats and drive all the way, risking their lives down to Europe. And I think that's a conversation I hope that we're going to have in the next session. And we need to be honest. We cannot sit back here and have an EU-Africa conversation without addressing that. Who is arming militants on the continent? Who is interested in the dysfunction of the continent, and why? I hope that we can call out names. I'll probably give a little example on what I probably studied when the Angela Merkel's Marshall Plan for Africa was, the policy was pronounced. As a big fan of hers, I probably still see that there were concerns around that Marshall Plan. So for instance, you're in Europe now, you can just take up your backpack. The founder of my company where I work was telling me that her passport expired for a very long time. She did not notice, and she was traveling all over the place. I'm like, this is the privilege I can never have, because 2 years before your passport expires, you will know. If you don't know, somebody at the checkpoint will remind you. But then we had the Marshall Plan that restricted movement within the continent of Africa. As someone from Nigeria, who is a member of the ECOWAS state, ideally, I am supposed to move around ECOWAS. That's the Economic Community of West Africa States. But what the Marshall Plan did was to restrict my movement even within Agadez. Agadez is an area in Niger Republic, right? So if a market woman who is within this sub-region is unable to move and trade, because Europe is panicking that if you move within Agadez, you find your way to Europe, then Europe is funding the war in Africa, and we need to call it out. And we can't sit down here and have all the beautiful conversations and not point out that big elephant in the room. On that note, I think we should go for coffee break. 30 minutes, we'll be back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think this is the point where I start introducing our next guest speaker for the day, perhaps the last. Yes, the last. His name is Mr. Cheta Nwanze. He is a senior partner at SBM Intelligence. Cheta is a versatile professional with more than 15 years of work experience across Nigeria, the United Kingdom, and the United States. He has vast experience in country security and ICT cybersecurity advisory. The very first time I knew Cheta, I'm not digressing from his good bio. I thought he was hacking everything around me. So I kept my phones very close to myself because I knew he's a very good hacker. Maybe these days they call themselves ethical hackers. I don't know what that means, but a hacker is a hacker. He's also an expert in business process optimization, including deploying technology to enhance various business processes and assessment of internal controls. Cheta is the lead partner at SBM Intelligence, a Nigeria-based geopolitical intelligence and risk management firm, which provides intelligence and solutions to issues bordering on Nigeria, the Sahel, Africa, and their relationship with the world. The firm's clients include technology startups, corporates, FMCG companies, media, multilateral organizations, investors, insurers, and government across Africa. Before joining SBM Intelligence in 2013, Cheta worked in numerous information technology and media organizations, among them at the Daily Times of Nigeria, where he was the managing editor, and Unilink System UK. He is an alumnus of the US State Department's International Visitors Leadership Program and has attended the Moscow Security Conference. He has appeared on British and Turkish television to explain issues around Nigeria and Africa, and has spoken at the World Bank and the Royal African Society. Cheta is passionate about writing and maintains columns in Business Day, Financial Nigeria, and the Guardian Nigeria. His op-eds have been published in various other Nigerian media outlets, and as well as Africa. He writes for Al Jazeera, the Guardian UK, and the Mail, and Guardian South Africa. Cheta has a master's degree in strategy and international security from the University of Hull, and also holds a master's in computer networks and internet security from Middlesex University, London. And he considers himself a former expert in network design, management, and security. That's the hacking part, but he has to, be grammatical about it. Cheta Nwanze, please welcome. Please, can we clap for him?
Thank you, Mercy. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I think it's important to start by pointing out that a lot of the conversations we're having, a lot of the interests in my continent right now is driven by two things: migration and China. We could put Russia in small brackets beside China. Were it not for those two incidents or those two events, then we may not have as much engagement as we are seeing now. Please, who is controlling the slides? So, migration, let's start with that. Most of the migration that we see is driven by the poor state of the economy in various parts of the world. Poor state of the economy
ends up causing trouble, causing security problems. And when people die, those who survive move. So we have to ask ourselves, what are the drivers of these security issues? What are the distance drivers? What are the immediate drivers? Poverty, the very structure of most African states engenders poverty, makes these countries unable to generate wealth for their people. You have all sorts of sanctions regimes, which don't make sense. And you have Europe funding bad actors in Africa. Sometimes the inaction, the lack of interest directly leads to some of these things. And then when people attempt to cross the waters, then you find boats of European navies causing some people to drown. And then you find the EU going back to fund some of these very bad actors. For example, the Rapid Security Force in Sudan made their money because of EU funding. Next, please. Unfortunately, Europe still looks at Africa in this way. We are looked at from a European lens just in terms of resources to extract and not to add value. So as an example, the two biggest cocoa producing countries in the world are Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, which are both in West Africa, my neighborhood. But these two countries hardly produce any chocolates. And each time they've tried to do stuff that will help that value add, you find that programs from here end up crippling the industries that they're trying to set up, essentially making it a vicious cycle. Next, please. In going back, we have to look at distant causes as well as current causes. One of the problems of Africa that is not talked about often is the fact that African countries to a large extent do not make sense. And the lack of sense that African countries have is about 140 years old. So to your left is a map of what Africa was like about the middle of the 19th century, before we had a very fancy event which coincidentally held around here called the Scramble for Africa. Today, I'm called a Nigerian. I come from a part of Nigeria that is the east of Nigeria. My countryman, Mohammad, who spoke before, comes from northern Nigeria. Prior to 1884, we had hardly any contact. We knew of each other. We traded a little, but our outlook was different. And then suddenly we're brought together and told we are now from the same country. And more importantly, the Europeans pursued a policy of divide and conquer. So we were set against one another. I'll give an anecdote to illustrate my points of how you have different nations called countries in various African countries. My wife is from the Yoruba part of Nigeria. I don't speak Yoruba. She doesn't speak Igbo, which is my language. We're from different nations in reality. Back in Nigeria, we used to have a nanny for our kids called Bella. Bella is from Benin, Republic du Benin. So I speak very limited French, at least enough French to prevent me from being kidnapped. My wife speaks no French, none at all. Bella spoke very limited English. Now, between my very limited French and Bella's limited English, myself and Bella were able to communicate with hand signals and all of that. My wife, who speaks no French, spoke and communicated to perfection with Bella. The question is how? My wife is Yoruba. Bella is Yoruba. Before 1884, the Yoruba Empire or the Yoruba country whatever you want to call it, the Oyo Empire, stretched across and had influence over areas that are now in Nigeria, Benin, Togo, and some parts of Ghana. Then they were divided. Nigeria's former president, Muhammad Buhari, for me, was very important in showing us what we are. A lot of people from my part of the country claimed that he had more loyalty to Niger Republic. But looking at the map in front of you, Buhari is from a place in Nigeria called Daura. People say he cares more about Maradi, which is in Niger. But prior to 1884, both Daura and Niger were provinces of the Sokoto Caliphate, which is that little green blob. The Sokoto Caliphate was one of the largest empires in Africa as of 1850. It was split up by French and British conquerors. Bonu, the Kanem Bonu Empire, was split up in 4 places. So it's part of Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. The Gambia is a little, if you look at the map to your, just to your left, the current Africa map, the Gambia is a little bit of land in a Senegalese sea. It makes no sense. The British and the French came together to suppress local Wolof traders who were fighting against British and French imposition on their land. This battle was decided, of course, with the Gatling gun in 1891. So you now have a situation where the Wolof ethnic group is divided into Gambia, and Senegal. Brings me back to that thing. African countries make no sense. Unfortunately, we've had 140 years since then. We can't go back to where we were before. We need to find a solution. And the solution is in economy. But the solution is not just in the economy, the solution is also in consistent messaging. Next, please. Still on the economy, what you're looking at now is a comparison of European rail networks and African rail networks. African rail networks were built to extract resources from the inside of the continents, bring them to the coasts, to ships, and then take them to Europe or wherever, mostly Europe. There's a reason why it costs more today to take a flight from Nigeria, from Lagos, Nigeria, to Abidjan in the Ivory Coast than to take a flight from Abidjan to Paris. That reality still exists. The fact that Africa's design in the modern economic system is for extracting, not for improving. Now, my country, Nigeria, is said to be an oil-producing country. That's not true. Nigeria is a country whose government revenue is dependent on oil. There's a difference. Nigeria has a GDP of almost $500 billion. Oil contributes only 8% of that GDP. Agriculture contributes 26%. Services, we had Emmanuel Emeka before who works in the services sector. I work in the services sector. We provide services. Services is 22% of Nigeria's economy. But the only thing that is of interest, so given that I work in the geopolitical advisory, most of the requests that we get from Europe is about Nigeria's oil sector. You walk into, for example, the US Embassy in Lagos, and the big map that you will see in the US Embassy is just of the Niger Delta, which is Nigeria's oil producing region. They are not interested in the rest of the country. Well, here's the problem. Nigeria is a country of 206 million people at the minimum. In 2011, some festivities started in a country called Syria. Population 28 million in 2011. Those festivities were called a war. And people did what people do when there's a war. They got up and they ran. And they came to Europe in their large numbers. Turkey received most of them and sent some in Europe's way. And it caused a lot of problems in Europe. A country of 28 million people collapsed and caused huge problems in Europe. Imagine if a country of 200 million collapses. Do you think that funding plenty Frontex movements will stop 200 million people on the move? It will not. Now compare again, going back, the map of Europe. The real services, no, not going back, yeah, thank you. The same slides. Europe is built for trade within Europe. When people trade with each other, they don't fight each other. Think about it. Between 1453 and 1939, how many wars did we have in Western Europe? 70, 80? How many wars have we had in Western Europe since 1945? Since the formation of the European Economic Community? Any takers? You guys trade with each other now. Because you trade with each other, you know. Typically, the French president, his first visit is to Berlin. The German chancellor, typically, his first visit is to Paris. But before, you had a statement where the French would say the only good German is a dead German. Do the French think like that anymore? No. And that's another problem. You guys are not helping us with respect to France. France is a big problem in Africa. The French have something called the Pacte Colonial, where they, by their own policies, they deliberately impoverish at least 14 African countries. So why is it surprising to Europeans that those African countries, starting with Burkina Faso and Mali, are looking at the Russians for help? Africans have agency. We know that the Russians are not nice actors. But many Africans will say, okay, I have tried this devil before. This devil has been with me for 200 years. I know the outcome. So let me try this other devil. When Sani was speaking, he talked about Chinese people knowing our languages. It was a story that I told him. I was sat in a restaurant in a place called Sokoto, which is in northern Nigeria. And there were 3 Chinese men at the next table, and they were talking to each other in a language that is not English. But I understood what they were saying, and I don't speak Mandarin. I don't understand Mandarin. Why did I understand what they were saying? They were speaking Hausa. In Nigeria right now, there are 1,200 Frenchmen, maximum. There are fewer Germans. The number of English people in Nigeria is much more, but we don't know for certain because most of those English people are of Nigerian descent. When Europeans come to our countries, they live in the exclusive areas, high walls, away from the population. The American embassy in Lagos actually has what they call, they've divided Lagos into the green zone and the red zone. American diplomats do not go outside the green zone in Lagos. The green zone is Victoria Island, Lekki. Those are the poshest areas of Lagos. The Chinese, on the other hand, they come and you see them in their market, in our markets. There was a riot in Ghana some years ago. And why? Because a Ghanaian tomato seller, yes, the lady who sold tomatoes, she saw a Chinese tomato seller in her market beside her, undercutting her in price. And she got angry. But the Chinese lady was speaking Twi. So you want us to do business, and we have history with you. It may be bad history, but the key thing about the history is that I'm speaking to you in a European language. I communicate with my countrymen in a European language. I speak with my family in a European language. So there's history, which makes it easier But the insincerity, please, next. No, next, please. Next. The insincerity of pictures such as this. So, you come and speak all the nice grammar about democracy, about human rights, that this is what you want to do with Africa, this is what you want, you need to work with Africa. But we notice you only come when there's a problem. And then when you come and meet people like Kai Said, who just a few weeks before this picture was taken, deliberately tried to turn his people against people of my skin color because he wants to hold on to power. Tunisia's economic indices are going down. So what do dictators do every time they have a problem? They create the other in order to hold on to power. Turn their people against somebody else to hold on to power. Kai Said did that against Black Africans. And the next thing, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Ursula von der Leyen, Giorgia Meloni are there and give him a check of, what was it, 900 million euro? What message do you think that sends to Africans? Typically, the African mindset is this. At least the Chinese don't pretend. They come, they will work with whoever bad actor they see. When the Chinese built the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, a few months after it was commissioned, bugs were found all over the place. And it was a collective shrug across the continent as saying, yeah, we know that the Chinese will do that. Then, just a few years later, we heard that the Americans were spying on pretty much everyone. And there was collective shock, like, no. Now, here's the thing. Shock gives way to mistrust. But the Chinese approach is, we already believe that they are coming with ulterior motives. So when they do something that is ulterior, we're not surprised. In short, we are mentally prepared for it, which means we can do business with them. But the people who are supposed to be our friends, but who come and end up messing the country up or messing our countries up even more, it kills that trust. And trust broken is more difficult to build or to get back than trust that wasn't even there in the first place. Next, please. So, we hear a lot about Chinese debt traps in Africa. Ghana, for example, owes China a total of $1.9 billion, $1.7 billion, sorry. Ghana owes the Paris Club 1.9 billion and owes 13 billion in Euro bonds at higher interest rates than the Chinese. What is needed to do, and I'll paraphrase Bill Clinton, is the economy stupid? We demand sensible economic policies. We want to trade with you. The Americans did this for you in the 1940s. The Americans could have easily withdrawn after the Second World War and gone back to their isolationism. But no, we had the Marshall Plan, and it brought trade to Europe and brought peace and prosperity to Europe. We don't want to see situations where the Dutch embassy locks up people's passports in Sudan and then tells them to go and meet a collapsed government to issue them new passports. We want to be treated as human beings. Trade with us. That is all we ask. Nothing more. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, Cheta, I'm going to have you stand there so you can respond to some of the questions we're having. I'm sure we have lots of questions for him. Please kindly signify by raising up your hands and introduce yourself and your organization, then you proceed.
Sorry, please, before the questions, could we go back in slides? There's one that I just want to leave hanging there. I think.
You want to go back to your presentation?
Yes, that's one. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry, I'm shamelessly trying to nudge you people's consciences.
Can you go? Yeah.
I thought,
Yes, questions.
I thought you said you were.
No, I just want the slide to be there so that everybody will look at it. It's a beautiful picture, don't you think?
Thank you, and thank you so much. Okay, thank you, and thank you so much for very needed presentation on the perspective of Africa and on what the EU or the Europeans have done or have not done, more specifically. I just wanted to, and just for the record, I guess I completely agree with everything, pretty much everything you have said, coming from a Latin American background, and also Latin Americans having, had to deal a good share from colonial past and current relationships with their former colonizers. So my question is more related to, I don't know if you know much about this new initiative, Bridgetown Initiative, that Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, is leading, and is leading hand in hand with France. And basically they are trying to change the economic rules, financial rules, debt restructuring, and all of that. And obviously, I think former global South countries and Latin America and Africa have had to start building relationship with new devils, as you said, because of the lack of trust in the previous ones. So how do you see that governments like Barbados in this case is kind of like trying to push to renew this partnership that has failed so many times over and over again? And yeah, what would be your perspective from, yeah.
So it's not an accident that it's Barbados that is leading that. Barbados is one of the newly prosperous countries from that part of the world. But as I will keep pointing out, there's a serious lack of trust to overcome, especially given that it's France that is linking up with Barbados. There's a reason why Barbados appears to have chosen France as opposed to the United Kingdom. Number one, the United Kingdom is not interested. Number two, is becoming more isolationist. I think Brexit was they shot themselves in the foot with Brexit. So the United Nations will probably join us as third world countries in the next few decades. On the chances of success, that trust will need to be built first before it will be successful. Many people that I have spoken to see it as an initiative to counter China's Belt and Road. And because it is seen in that light, there will be reservations in hopping along. Given that it's France that is leading it, and Barbados is just basically next door to Haiti, that's also a problem, because it was France that wrecked Haiti. Haiti never had a chance. So some people will ask, what will you do about Haiti first? The UN has recently asked for people to come. Haiti is a country that has fallen into pieces. And there's no state in Haiti. It's being run by gangs. I would suggest that now it's going to be a difficult one for the EU, because Haiti falls under the Americans' Monroe Doctrine. But I think that the EU should get a lot more involved in Haiti. If people see a genuine and concerted effort to rebuild that country, and one that is working, then initiatives will begin to have a chance to succeed. But I would go back and say, because of trust that has been broken numerous times, it's going to be very difficult to start anything new, because there are new players in the game. And from an EU perspective, it's very important to point out that it's not just China that is your strategic competitor. Turkey is one. Turkey has, because of the recent earthquake and then high inflation, they've had setbacks. But even at that, they are still trying to, in many respects, remake the Ottoman Empire. And they have a historical advantage. Turkey is a Muslim country. They have historical links with the Muslim parts of the Sahel as a result of the Ottoman Empire. So their competitors, China, Turkey, India is another. And when you have these options, then you find that you will need to change the way you speak, the way you approach Africans.
Okay, thank you again, Cheta. Do we have more questions for him? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sasha, studying here at ESMT. One of the ideas which I met a couple of weeks ago was the idea that instead of Europe donating or investing in whatever terms you want to use there into the African continent, that Europe or the West could consider going alternative routes, meaning, for example, going through India or Japan, given that, for example, India has a very similar history in terms of development in recent years, and rather collaborating with countries which have a similar path to better understand how to better invest and better foster relationships. And also because obviously Europe has lost like a lot of their trust in recent years, and could help by partnering up with governments like the Indian one to, again, like increase funding, increase investment, and also find alternative paths. Do you have like a stand on that by Europe, for example, United States going through India as a partner?
So India is a very interesting, it's a very, very interesting case. They have a colonial past like we do, and more than us, they actually have even bigger grudges. It's also very interesting to see the reaction to India in the wake of the Russian-Ukraine war. More African countries have actually condemned Russia than India has not condemned Russia at all. Yet, it is the Indian Prime Minister who got to address a joint session of the US Congress. India will not, and I think trying to go through India is repeating that same mistake of choosing bad partners. India is in it for India. They are not going to try to be a proxy of either of the West in any form. And it's something that's, you need to look at the structure of the two coming powers, China and India. China has a more homogeneous structure than India does. India is almost it's almost like your typical African country with a lot of different ethnic nationalities brought together, many of whom have their own interests. A lot of people do not seem to know that the biggest insurgency in the world is actually in India. The PLGA, the communist rebels who have basically devastated the eastern Indian countryside. So India has its own problems. The fact that Modi is, and again, India so Modi is committing a lot of crimes against the Muslim population of India. And India probably has, aside from Indonesia, India has the largest number of Muslims in the world. But all of this is being glossed over because there's a laser focus right now on trying to get India to help to counter China. Again, it's the big mistake of choosing the wrong friends because you are thinking just of short-term gains rather than the long-term. I think that ultimately India will stab the West in the back, but that's just me. Why not try to engage African countries on their own merits rather than through a proxy?
Okay, thank you so much, Cheta. Do we have more questions for him? Yes, please.
Thomas from Humboldt University. I have a very sensitive question, maybe. So I'm from Lithuania, and from many aspects, Lithuania was also colonized by a European power, which is Russia, exactly. And Lithuania also experienced World War I, World War II, so it's part of, let's say, the European general history, European experience. And you mentioned this friendship or let's say the peace in Western Europe after the Second World War. So from my perspective, or the way that I understand why this peace kind of was flourishing, was because of the ability for Germany, France, and other European countries to forgive each other for their past crimes. Germany has been saying sorry, apologizing on a political, economic level. And I want to bring this to the Lithuanian-Russian experience, where Russia never apologized for 200 years of exploitation, never tried to apologize in political or economic matter. And at the moment, they're currently trying to colonize another country. So my question is a bit sensitive in this regard. What would it take for African countries, for Africa in general as a continent, to forgive, to start building those bridges? Because in order, let's say, Germany has done crimes in Lithuania during the Second World War, but they apologized, and Lithuania accepted the apology. So it's a process that requires partnership from both sides. With Russia, that never happened because they never tried. Germany, France, UK, they're trying to, let's say, make up to Africa for colonization in some ways, not necessarily perfectly, but there is movement, there is effort. From Russia, there is none. So my question is, what would it take for Africa to kind of be able to accept an apology, even if it's not perfect?
So the apology that Germany made, for example, Germany probably has been the most sincere country when it comes to apologies. And it comes from the fact that Germany was utterly destroyed at the end of the Second World War. And it gave the Germans an opportunity to do some serious national self-reflection. Recently, Germany has started doing reparations for the first genocide in the 20th century, which was against the Herero people in Namibia. So Germany has tried. Don't say France has tried. They've not. The UK has simply just walked away. That's it. The UK's attitude towards their former colonies has basically been, oh, we'll be friends with you and then we'll just leave you. So as a Lithuanian, you will understand this, given that you have not as a Baltic European, you will understand this because your experience, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, is very similar. The Russians were conquerors, and it's the same thing with Tajiks, people from the former Soviet Union. It's what the Ukrainians are going through now. I am a revisionist imperial power trying and refusing to let go of empire. Lithuania is one of the countries that was lucky. You were able to escape because in 1999, Russia was weak and you were able to join NATO. So that security umbrella that NATO provides has given you something, an opportunity to start building prosperity. But you see, that's the key thing, prosperity. There's a generation of Lithuanians, I would wager, that is now growing up without any memories of Russian colonialism. The only memories they have are transmitted memories. In my neck of the woods, on the other hand, we have people who are growing up with actual active participation or with memories. They're actually seeing hypocrisies. And again, there's no better example than what's happened in Sudan recently. So the Ukraine war has been going on for 18 months. It is still top of the news cycle. Every time you turn on the news, Ukraine is either the first or second lead. Sudan, the Janjaweed, sponsored by Europe as a border force, basically outsourcing border security. They are still killing people in Darfur. They are still killing people as we speak. 2 million people have fled Darfur into Chad. Chad is, when you talk about the poorest countries in the world, Chad is one of the top 3. But they've taken in 2 million people. Sudan has fallen off the news cycle. When last did you hear any news? The moment all the Westerners were evacuated from Sudan, Sudan fell off the news cycle. So that's old attitude of, oh, the Africans can bloody well kill themselves, still exists. And people see these things. So Nigeria has an unemployment rate of, the last time we checked, 33%. Given our population numbers and working age population, that means 23 million people. That's more people unemployed in Nigeria than the populations of Belgium and Croatia combined. If you had all of these people working, how much unrest do you think will be avoided? If Lithuania were not part of NATO or were not part of the EU and the economy had not grown, where do you think Lithuania would have been by now? So it's all about the economy, everything.
Okay, Sabina.
Sorry, I wanted to get back to the debts that you mentioned. And I think, of course, there has been for a long time, especially from the global south, the discussion about reforming the international finance structure. And I think for the first time now, like in my talks also with policymakers here, there's actually a window of opportunity that even policymakers here in Europe understand that, yeah, actually we do need to reform the system. Would you have any input, also what we can transmit here? How should the system be reformed?
So most African countries still have colonial laws that basically make it easy for wealth to be expropriated from African countries and domiciled here in Europe. I think that's the first thing, because there's really no point. Debt forgiveness looks good on paper, but there's really no point for giving debts when we are going to have the whole cycle all over again. We need internal reforms, and Europe is in a position of influence to actually drive some of those reforms. It's a paradox, but I'll give an example using my country. Nigeria has something called the Land Use Acts that basically gives the government so much control over the one true source of wealth, land. If the Land Use Act is reformed in ways that will unlock all the debt capital in Nigeria, then we'll start seeing a different conversation. But as long as you have central governments that are preoccupied with other things than the welfare of their people, then we'll keep going around in cycles. It's important to point out that this is not the first round of debt forgiveness. We had one about 20 years ago. And then suddenly we're back. In 20 years' time, I'll be over 60. I don't want to be standing here saying the same thing. So I think that's where it starts from. There needs to be a lot of reform of existing laws, and just as important as reform, the capacity to implement those new laws in a fair manner. Because having the laws is one thing, enforcing them in a fair manner that will build trust. And we keep going back to that, trust. It's very important. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. And I know I already asked a question, but I have another one. So I would like to get your views on the fact that we've already had one Global South G20 presidency, which was Indonesia. Now we have India. Now we have Brazil coming up. and then we will have South Africa. It's like an unprecedented moment in terms of like having 4 consecutive presidency, G20 presidency from the Global South. And when Lula da Silva was elected last year in Brazil, it shifted the way people in the region, and I think at the global scale, think Latin American politics are going to go in the next few years. And there's like hopes in the sense of like what Brazil is going to do in the next few years. And I wanted to ask you if the presidency of South Africa is viewed, or do you consider it's an opportunity for the region in Africa to make any changes or to implement the leadership that has not been seen? And I am aware that I think President Ramaphosa is about to have like a, well, that South African elections are like due at some point soon. But do you think this kind of like platforms or groups can actually influence anything in a positive sense?
So I'll refer to Sabine's earlier when she spoke in the morning. Africa, we have our own internal, I'll use the word rivalries. Nigeria's economy is larger than South Africa's economy. So why is South Africa in the G20 and not Nigeria? Why is it not Nigeria's president that is the president of that's in line to be president of the G20 summit? One of the problems is treating Africa like Africa is one monolith. It's not. I started this by pointing out that I'm an Igbo Nigerian. There are 41 million Igbos. That's more than twice the population of the Netherlands. Sani is from Arewa in Nigeria. There are 43 million of them. The Yorubas, there are about 44 million of them in Nigeria. So these are on their own, these are nations. This is just Nigeria. So a tokenistic presidency of the G20 doesn't move the needle in any way. What it does actually, at least in the minds of a lot of people that I speak with back home, is it actually highlights, there's an Americanism that I'll use, having a token black. Oh, just give one person so that they will say, oh, but we've given you. It doesn't move the needle. What we really want are policies that actually shift things. So before I go, I would want to go to the second to the last slide on this. Yeah, in red, the EU's trade with Africa over the past 30 years as compared with China's. You can see the direction of travel, but it's summed up by the text that I put in red. It was said earlier in this presentation, it was a Kenyan minister who said it. When the Chinese come, they build bridges and ports. When you Europeans come, you come with lectures on human rights. The average Nigerian has a sentiment in pidgin English. Now, human rights we go chop. Thank you.
Thank you for that lecture. Cheta is one of the most brilliant person I know when it comes to history. And when he speaks, I try to listen. Even when I argue with him about his bias for politics. But when it comes to history, he has a very firm grasp of it. And I'm sure that his lecture has enlightened us more about the EU-Africa relations.